corruption. Cabinet and state ministers are not appointed to oversight committees. The need arises. For example, joint select committees are formed to review draft policies or legislation or to probe other matters of serious national importance. Members of these committees are both opposition and government MPs and senators, and these committees will usually invite citizens to share their opinions, concerns, and recommendations. So there you have it, 4 accountability tools of Parliament that are used to make sure government run right. Visit jampja.org to find contact information for your MP. Invite them to meet with the community so they can better represent your issues and concerns in Parliament and keep government accountable. Get involved and let's make Jamaica land we love, Jamaica land we own, and Jamaica land we run well. A message from the Jamaica Accountability Meter Portal, funded by the European Union and the Inter-American Development Bank in partnership with the Private Sector Organization of Jamaica.
Heart and Estate Trust now offers a $100,000 grant to heart-trained individuals running businesses for over a year. They'll also assist with business planning, marketing, skill enhancement, and other support. Your government is building a caring economy for you.
The proceeding was brought to you by the Office of the Prime Minister.
Young Jamaicans up to 35, your government will reserve up to 10% of NHT housing solutions over the next 5 years, just for you with 100% financing up to 15 million Jamaican dollars. This is how we are empowering and breaking the cycle of poverty meaningfully. Your government is caring for you.
The proceeding was brought to you by the Office of the Prime Minister.
We want you to enjoy the beauty of our island home, and that includes your beaches. That is why we are upgrading at least 9 beaches and equipping them with restrooms and other amenities for your comfort. Jamaica's beaches are your beaches. Your government cares about your recreational environment. Since 2016, 156,000 more Jamaicans are working. This is more than any other time in our history. Your government is caring for you.
Our pensioners are our society's backbone, and we want to make sure they are cared for. That is why the annual pension exemption and age relief exemption has been increased to $250,000 each. You have worked hard for your country, and we want you to have a little more peace of mind in retirement. Your government is caring for you.
The proceeding was brought to you by the Office of the Prime Minister.
We know you want better roads in your towns and communities. That is why through the Spark program, your government is allocating over $40 billion over 2 years to fix your community and rural roads. $20 billion will go towards fixing smaller roads in every area, with $150 million allocated per area. The remaining funds will be distributed based on road length and condition, ensuring areas with greater need receive more assistance. Your government is caring for you.
The proceeding was brought to you by the Office of the Prime Minister.
Tell me something. How much time you ever hear the government announce a project and wonder why they must spend millions on this and not on that? Well, if you think there's nothing you can do about how your money is spent, think again. Jamaica's budget is more than just numbers. It reveals our biggest problems and goals, our plans to fix them, and what to prioritize. We can even call it a promise book of what will be done to improve our lives. Now, let's talk about the 4 stages of the budget cycle so we can understand how it works and get involved. Stage 1. Planning and review. The Ministry of Finance sends out a budget call to every ministry, which outlines the priorities and constraints to guide how those ministries prepare their budget. After ministries submit their drafts, the Finance Ministry reviews, compiles, and sends them to Cabinet for review and approval. Stage 2. Parliamentary debate and approval. The Finance Minister tables all budget documents in the House of Representatives. The Standing Finance Committee, which is all 63 MPs, sits to examine the budget documents, and each minister presents their budget and answers concerns the committee has. The committee's report is then tabled in the House, followed by the estimated expenditure, which is tabled as legislation called the Appropriations Bill. That's right, the budget of Jamaica is law. The budget debate formally opens. We have presentations from the Minister of Finance, the Prime Minister, Opposition Leader, and the Shadow Finance Minister. After their presentations, our MPs vote for or against approval. Like all legislation, it goes to the Senate for their approval and then to the Governor General for his royal assent. No later than March 31st, end of the financial year. Stage 3, implementation. The new financial year begins and approved budgets are sent to ministries. Collecting taxes, borrowing loans, and receiving grants begin. And so does the spending. Stage 4, budget oversight. Now, this is where citizens don't need permission to get involved. Throughout the year, operations and spending are assessed by internal auditors and the Auditor General's department that makes sure public entities are compliant with laws and that their financial reports are accurate. All Auditor General reports are submitted to our Parliament's Public Accounts Committee for review and cross-examination of public officials. The Ministry of Finance, Integrity Commission, and MOCA also monitor government spending to guard against poor financial management and corruption. It is our job to review these reports, check the findings in the newspaper, and look up if breaches are fixed at jampja.org. If not, ask your MP what he or she has done to ensure public officials are held to account. No more 9-day wonders. So, did the government follow through on their spending and investment promises last year? What promises will next year's budget have? How will they affect you, and how can you ensure that you get what is promised? For access to the national budget, check out JAM's easy digital version and contact info for your MP at jampja.org. Then link your MP and see what progress is being made throughout the entire budget cycle. Support JAMP. Let's do our job to make Jamaica land we love, Jamaica land we own, and Jamaica land we run well. A message from the Jamaica Accountability Meter Portal, funded by the European Union in partnership with the Private Sector Organization of Jamaica.
Apply to the Heart NSTA Trust. Learn a new skill and expand your horizons. Your government has made it completely free to you.
Can you imagine getting a marketable skill for free? Your government has made it possible for anyone wanting to learn a skill to get free training through the Heart NSTA Trust. Learn a new skill and expand your horizons. More of your money is now tax-free? Know that the income tax threshold has been increased. Your government is looking after you responsibly, so our economy can do even more for you.
The proceeding was brought to you by the Office of the Prime Minister.
Jamaicans, practice proper disposal of garbage, and if items can be reused, recycle them. We all have a part to play in protecting our environment from pollution. We are building Jamaica. Jamaica improve, heart free, wages increase, housing scheme a bill up, we have more opportunities, roads bill, and the dollar stable. We are building Jamaica.
How do bills become law in Jamaica? Laws are made to create order, to ensure our safety, and to protect our rights against abuses by other citizens, organizations, and even the government itself. A bill is a proposal for either a new law or for a change to an existing law. Jamaica's parliament is responsible for making our laws, and that responsibility is shared between two houses. There are 21 parliamentarians appointed from both political parties to the upper house, also known as the Senate. And there are 63 members of parliament that we, the people, elect to the lower house, also known as the House of Representatives. To pass a law, there is a minimum of 6 stages required in each house. The process can begin in the upper house by a senator or in the lower house by your member of parliament. And their proposals for a new bill can certainly start with you, the citizen. Now, since the process often begins in the House of Representatives, let's start there. 1. The first stage begins with the introduction by the minister responsible for the bill, followed by the first reading of the bill by the clerk to the houses. This clerk is more like the CEO, the Chief Executive Officer for the Parliament. An announcement of the bill is published in the Gazette. This is a public newsletter that the government uses to inform the citizens of what the Parliament is doing on your behalf. 2. The second reading begins with a summary of the bill by the minister. The main reasons for the bill are discussed both by the government and opposition members to determine if Jamaicans would really be better off with the new law or changes to an existing law. A vote is taken by the House to determine if the bill will move to the committee stage. Sometimes before going to that stage, the minister responsible for the bill can recommend the use of a joint select committee. It's called joint as its members are taken from both the upper and lower house. To benefit from greater consultation, the committee is empowered to invite the public to share their views of the bill in writing or in person, and does so through radio, TV, and newspaper adverts. This Joint Select Committee submits its recommendations to the House of Representatives. The House debates this report, and a vote is taken to determine if the bill should go on to the committee stage, where it is examined by a committee of the whole House. Yes, that's the name. And that's what it is, a committee of all the members of Parliament that carefully examines each clause and makes improvements to ensure the bill will achieve its objectives. As chairman, the Speaker of the House monitors the process to make sure the rules of the House are obeyed and the process moves along smoothly. 4. The Committee of the whole House examines the bill clause by clause, then sends its recommendations for changes to the House of Representatives. This is called the report stage. 5. The bill then passes to the third reading to allow a final opportunity for MPs to make changes before it is sent to senators in the upper house. 6 to 10. In the upper house, the senators go through the same steps we just described. If any changes are made, the bill has to be returned to the House of Representatives for their discussion and approval. Now, if the bill had started in the upper house, it would also have to be returned to them for approval of any changes made by the lower house. 11. Throughout the entire process, the bill is being checked by the Legislative Council. That's the Parliament's lawyer. But before the last step, a copy is sent to the Attorney General of Jamaica for final review and certification. 12. If all is well, the bill is sent to receive the royal assent from the Governor General as the representative of the Queen, Elizabeth II. The bill is now an Act of Parliament. The Act is gazetted, and the rights of Jamaicans are further preserved and protected by a new law.
And estates within the same, in true Christian love and charity, one towards another, through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
This honorable House now resume its sitting. It is indeed a great honor and a pleasure to welcome all of you to the sitting of this honorable House of Representatives on Tuesday, October 29, 2024. I would like to extend special welcome to those who are joining us online via the various social media platforms and the PBCJ live stream. We also want to extend welcome to the four following persons who are guests today of the sitting of Parliament, Professor T. Thomas, Yale University, visiting Jamaica to conduct research into the history of Chief Taki and his revolt. Derek Black X Robinson, walking activist calling for Chief Taki to be declared a national hero. Lorraine McPherson, Director, Taki Foundation, and Christine Boyd Brown accompanying Dr. Thomas. We also want to welcome Mrs. Barbara Blake Hanna, former member, former senator. Thanks. We also want to welcome Ricardo Alikuk, former ambassador to Japan, student from the Mile Gully High School, student from the Mile Gully Primary School, student from the Orakobesa High School and Taki High School, along with the Goshen Primary School. There are some counselors who are here or should be here. They're not here as yet. Let me also welcome Miss Sharon Hay Webster. Good afternoon, ma'am. Former member of Parliament in this house. And at about 4 p.m., we will be seeing the Cuban ambassador and his team. So we extend the welcome from now. Call of the roll.
Mrs. Holness, Mr. Bartlett, Dr. Holness, Dr. Clark, Dr. Chang, Miss Grange, Miss Williams, Mrs. Malahoo Fort, Dr. Tufton, Mr. Mackenzie, Mr. Chuck, Mr. Vaz, Mr. Charles Jr., Mr. Green, Mr. Morgan, Mr. Hutchinson, Mr. Terrelong, Dr. Dunn, Mrs. Cuthbert Flynn, Mr. Main, Mr. Davis, Mr. Witter, Mr. Brown, Dr. Brown Burke, Dr. Charles, Mr. Chin, Mr. Cousins, Miss Crawford, Miss Daly, Miss Davis, Mr. Golding, Mr. Graham, Dr. Guy, Miss Hamilton, Miss Hannah, Mr. Enriquez, Mr. Henry, Mr. Hilton, Mr. Jackson, Mr. Lawrence, Miss Lee, Mr. Miller, Mr. Montague, Miss Morrison, Mrs. Nita Garvey, Mr. Paulwell, Mr. Phillips, Dr. Phillips, Mr. Robertson, Mr. Robinson, Mr. Samuda, Mr. Samuda, Matthew Samuda, right. Mr. Shaw, Mr. Sibley's, Mr. Slowly, Mrs. Vaz, Mr. Warmington, Dr. Wheatley, Mr. Williams, Mr. Wilson, and Mr. Wright.
Statement by ministers.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to have leave of the House to allow a special tribute to be done at this time in regards to a member of this honorable House. Mr. Speaker, on the 8th day of March, 2018, this House swore in a member from St. Andrew Northwestern. And although, Mr. Speaker, we don't refer to names in this House unless there is a particular requirement which you only can determine, I beg leave also for you to allow for the member's name to be mentioned in particular throughout the tributes that may flow herefrom. So on the 8th of March, then, this House swore in a Member of Parliament for the Constituency of St. Andrew Northwest in the personage of Dr. Nigel Clark. And Dr. Clark has had a remarkable run for the last 6 years as an outstanding member of this honorable House, an outstanding debater, an outstanding advocate of the people, and an excellent Minister of Finance. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, he's followed a long line of outstanding finance ministers, starting with Sir Harold Allen. Way back then, N.N. Crabnother we recall, Sir Donald Songster we recall, the Most Honorable Edward Seaga we will recall, the Honorable Peter Phillips we recall, and the latest, of course, is the Honorable Audley Shaw. During that period, Mr. Speaker, the foundation was laid, and there were other ministers of finance in the interregnum, but I mentioned those as perhaps the most notable names that come to mind very readily. I must say, Mr. Speaker, that this minister excelled himself in so many areas, and you'll permit me at a later point, if indeed we reference some of those outstanding areas of excellence that he attained. But I must say his ascension now, Mr. Speaker, to the post of Deputy Managing Director of the Global Financial Institution of Note, the IMF, marks a pivotal chapter in the history of not only Jamaica, but the Caribbean. As never before has there been a Caribbean native to hold such a high-ranking position in the IMF. Both Jamaica and the Caribbean stand to greatly benefit from having one of our own serving in such an esteemed global position. It is small wonder that indeed, member, your outstanding performance as Minister of Finance caught the attention of the IMF, whose Managing Director, economist Kristalina Kristalina, yeah, we call it that. Yes, Kristalina Georgieva announced on August 6th that they will join, that you in fact will join her team as a Deputy Managing Director as of November 1. It is instructive that the internationally renowned economist, in her distinct native Bulgarian accent, stated that our own Nigel Clark brings a unique perspective, first as a minister of a country that has transformed remarkably for the better over the years since he started in his position in 2018. She added that your work ensured that it is possible to build strong institutions, to have a remarkably resilient economy, and to overcome challenges, which she argued is something that could not only benefit everybody in the membership, but especially countries struggling with similar challenges. As you turn your attention to the global financial stage, you will undoubtedly excel and become a great ambassador for the region. And you, Minister, Member, can bank on us to cheer you along. Jamaica is thankful for your sterling leadership of the economy, which has resulted in a number of positives during your 6-year tenure. Even your most ardent detractors, Member Clark, and there can't be many, will agree that under your watch, the net international reserve, NIR, has been the healthiest it has ever been in the history of the nation. According to the Bank of Jamaica, Jamaica's NIR stood in fact at $5 billion at the end of August 2024. And that makes the point. You have presided over an economy which has seen the unemployment rate plummet to an unprecedented level of 4.2%. This is truly remarkable, and indeed a tremendously remarkable feat, which has resulted in most youths in our land now being employed for the first time in Jamaica. Your sterling leadership of the economy has also allowed for the government to fund a raft of infrastructural projects, such as the $45 billion Spark program, the $275 million US dollars Montague Bay Perimeter Road project, which includes construction of a Montague Bay bypass, accompanied by a comprehensive drainage study, the Barnett Street, West Green Avenue Road rehabilitation, and the Long Hill bypass, to name just a few. The economic stability of the country has also allowed the government to provide an 88% increase in minimum wage, moving from $6,200 when the JLP came to power to $15,000 today. One of your much heralded achievements, which will be etched in the taxpayers' memory, is how your fiscal policies have resulted in the nation benefiting from no imposition of taxes for several years. This is truly a historic feat. And allow me to say, Nigel, although you have worked fervently to accomplish much for the nation, you still found time to display a profound sense of humor. Still fresh in my memory, of course, and yours, is the use of the red card. In closing your 2024-25 budget debate in the House, after the declaration that despite government's claim that it had imposed no new taxes over the past several fiscal years, the taxes being collected from the Jamaican people have risen dramatically under this government. So then why should this be, and why should anyone hide it? And of course, you immediately said, of the person, you have been given a red card. There are other humorous moments, and I think that the member from the other side who isn't here at the moment, leader of the opposition, might have also memories and recollection of some very humorous banter between both of you across the floor. But this is a level of repartee, if you will, that must exist in the House. And this is the kind of response that we must find as we debate very vigorously and energetically and with great rigor various critical matters of importance to the nation, but to do it with civility and with respect and a sense of humor. And you brought that to the House in your deliberations. Mr. Speaker, we close, in fact, by just reminding this Honorable House of the important role that our Prime Minister has played, and he will speak, in enabling this young minister to excel in the way that he did, to give him the freedom and the latitude to express his creativity and to show his financial wizardry in enabling some very innovative measures to be taken. And I want to make note particularly of his stewardship during the period when the world experienced, in fact, the most existential threat in Anthropocene Earth, COVID-19. And when all economies were tumbling and capsizing, rapsizing, and downsizing, Jamaica stood solid, firm, on the steady hand of the Minister of Finance. And so we pay tribute to that level of dexterity and nimbleness that enabled us to navigate through that process, through iterations, various types of iterations. But in the end, we were able to have growth, and not just growth, but 11 consecutive quarters of economic growth, a record for any country in this area. So this graduate of Monroe College, who has excelled academically, earned a DPhil in numerical analysis from Oxford University, where he was a Rhodes Scholar, an MSc in applied science statistics, also from Oxford University, and a BSc in mathematics and computer science from the University of the West Indies. Yes, you, Nigel, you have displayed musical acumen as well. And I could not forget that. The youth orchestra that you founded, and this chairman of the National Youth Orchestra of Jamaica, a non-profit organization that empowers youth in the country through classical music education. And of course, as a member of the board of directors of the Youth Orchestra of the Americas. These are qualities and part of you, which is not very well known to the public, but of course is a critical foundation element that has shaped your character and enabled you to be the man that you are today. So yes, indeed, this most distinguished individual, one of the finest to have walked the halls of this chamber, today we pay tribute to you. We say bon voyage, but we also say, in the words of one of our former Governor General, as you go through the next phase of your life, happy hunting.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise as the leader of government business has done to speak in tribute to the member from Northwest St. Andrew. And Mr. Speaker, let me just say at the outset that the leader of the opposition is overseas on official party business. And that's his reason for not being here today. And though I speak as leader of opposition business, the more fulsome tribute will come from the counterpart of the member from Northwest St. Andrew. Mr. Speaker, you know, as we pay tribute to the outgoing Minister of Finance and member from Northwest St. Andrew, people who observe us inside here, some will think that this is the height of hypocrisy on our part by paying tribute, But I want to assure them that is far from the truth. We are paying genuine tribute. We are paying genuine tribute today for the member who has decided to resign from this chamber. And we pay genuine tribute in a number of respects. Firstly, the member has served our country. And all of us, when we come here to serve. We come here as representatives of the people. And it is not easy to serve. So that has to be recognized at the outset. So we want to thank the member for serving his constituency. And secondly, the member has served with distinction. We have had reasons to disagree. There's a government side, opposition side, and we have vigorous debates inside here on issues. But that notwithstanding, I think we have to recognize the high quality that the member has brought to the debate and the intellectual rigor that and you know, people believe that the other chamber has all the quality when it comes on to debate. But I think we have seen, especially in recent times, from that side and this side, the level of debate has risen, and the member can take credit for much of that. The member, despite one or two aberrations, has displayed tremendous civility and cordiality with his colleagues across the aisle. And we want to recognize that. You know, when the member was coming into these chambers, a former member from West Rural St. Andrew and a former Minister of Commerce called many of us on this side to say, despite the member's choice, we need to be kind to the member. And sometimes the member doesn't understand why we are so kind to him, you know, from this side. Because he is from distinguished, high pedigree PNP stock. And we should... and no, it's a credit to the member. And it is still the hope. It is still the hope that after his sojourn, and when he comes back, he might very well come back home. But seriously, we want to pay tribute as well, pay tribute to his family, because it is not easy being in these parts and your family out there. So we want to commend and to pay tribute to your wife, to your children, and to wish them well, because I know whither thou goest, they too. And I think sometimes we fail to recognize that element of the life that we live inside here. Mr. Speaker, in closing, as I mentioned, the member from Southeast St. Andrew will be given a more fulsome presentation, but I want to speak in personally, because we've had very good interpersonal issues, and the members have always been very kind. On our side, we have to relate to each other. So despite sometimes the furor inside here, we do take up the phone and we speak in very cordial terms with each other. And there's always been respect, and there's always been a recognition that we are all here to serve the people of our country. So we wish you well, bon voyage. We know that you're going to represent us well. And of course, on your return, we are going to be at the airport to give you a membership application form. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. All the best.
Member from Southeastern St. Andrew. Oh, I saw him first. All right. So, member from St. James West Central.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I rise to put on record my own words of tribute to my colleague, I couldn't help but reflect on what the member from East Kingston and Port Royal just said. I think it's important for those who are listening to understand that when we pay tribute, we choose to put aside our differences and focus on our commonalities. And once that is understood, there will be no question about hypocrisy, because we can speak sincerely when we focus on our common ground. And so whether the member earned your kind cooperation or your praise because of the stock you claim he came from, I think it's more important to focus on the fact that we are in common service of the greater good, the people of Jamaica. Mr. Speaker, my relationship with the honorable member from St. Andrew Northwest goes back to our days before adulthood, when we were students in high school, he at Monroe College and I at Manning School. His mother was a teacher at Manning's, and his father was the judge of the parish of Westmoreland. And in fact, the member was called Judge because everyone knew that he was the son of the sternest judge on that side of the island. Mr. Speaker, I had no doubt that the member would have risen to make a significant contribution. In fact, my mind takes me back to those young years when we would meet either around quiz or debate. And of course, we were all trying to outdo our peers by making sure it was understood in a competitive environment that we knew what we stood for and what we were aiming to contribute. So my friend Nigel, if I may, it has been a pleasure to share an allyship with you in the cabinet and here in the parliament on this side of the aisles. It has been a pleasure to work together to ensure that the government led by Prime Minister Holness delivers at a higher standard with real, impactful, and measurable results. Each of us has been assigned our own task, and some of us have to work alongside others in order for them to achieve their goals. And I've had the privilege of working across all of government and with you on many of the very difficult matters that you have delivered successfully as Minister of Finance. And I heard the member from East Kingston and Port Royal spoke about disagreements. You and I know that we have disagreed, but respectfully so, never on the what or the why, perhaps on the how and the when matters had to be delivered in a short time frame. And where I sit, limited time was given for the output. But always we have worked well together, and we can be very proud of what has been accomplished. Some may not know, but I believe you do know that I have been working with the IMF and the World Bank for some years now to bring greater accountability and transparency in their work with member states, and in particular on the impact of their policies, programs, and projects. I am looking forward to a new allyship with you in that role. Kristalina spoke of the unique perspective which you bring to your prospective role. And it is my hope that that perspective will demonstrate an understanding, a real understanding of how the policies and programs of the IMF impact the people who elect us to serve them. I have no doubt that in the 80th year of Bretton Woods, as the institutions look at their impact and the challenges ahead, that you will make your own contribution. And so, as you move on to your next role, I know that the world is waiting for the unique contribution that only you can make and which we have gotten a taste of. So, my friend, I wish you well, and I will see you in Washington, D.C.
Member from Southeast St. Andrew.
Mr. Speaker, about 3 weeks ago, when we were closing the debate on a particular matter, I thought it was the member's final day in the House, so I began my tribute to him. Mr. Speaker, it should be no surprise that the member has chosen public service. Both his parents are nationalists who have served this country with distinction. His father in the judiciary, his mother in education, and in later becoming the first children's advocate of Jamaica. So there is no surprise that the member has chosen to devote a significant part of his life to public service. I've known him, maybe a surprise to members over here, for, 25, 30 years, and got to know him well when we were both in the UK, and this will surprise members. He lived in a house that was called Black House, shared with 4 other colleagues, and his house was the party center house in Oxford. I have a picture, which I've chosen not to share because I told him it would probably give him more ratings if I shared it, right? Of him doing some dance moves. But his wife has said, all is cool and it can be shared. But back in the late 90s, early 2000s, we formed a friendship back in the UK, and we have maintained that friendship. As I said 3 weeks ago, there's no question that the member has made a positive contribution to Jamaica's development, not just in the House, but prior to that in the Senate and the other boards on which he served. And I want to thank him for that, thank him for all of us come here. We come here to serve, we make sacrifices, and we have to acknowledge those sacrifices as we serve. I'm not here to provide a critique of the economic thing. No, that's not why we're here. But just to say, thank you for what you have done. We wish you well as you move forward. Most importantly, I hope that your experience as a practitioner, because you are unique as someone who has dealt with the challenges of a small island developing state, that perspective can be brought to bear at the IMF, and that understanding of the challenges that we face. But best wishes as you move forward, maintain the integrity which has never been questioned in your entire public life, and the friendship. Again, maybe a surprise, when he was entering representational politics, he picked up the phone and called me and asked me, just for some pointers on it and how to manage the constituency. But in spite of the sharp debates that we have had, the differences that we may have, there's always been that cordiality and that friendship which has maintained. And as I said, it's a distinction in terms of where you're moving towards, and we wish you well in your continued service beyond the shores of Jamaica, but for the betterment of the world and those who live in it. Thank you very much.
Member from Kingston Western.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to join in the contribution being made to someone who I have had the pleasure of working very closely with in the political arena, and since we both became members of the cabinet of Prime Minister Dr. the Most Honorable Andrew Holness. My contribution is based on the work and the results of those efforts. The Ministry of Local Government is a challenging ministry when it comes on to the question of funding and the kind of resources that is required to drive the performance of the ministry, especially the National Solid Waste Management Authority. In 2018, when we became government, the debt to the Jamaica Public Service Company at the time stood at about $6.7 billion. The government was not in a position to fulfill its obligation to the Jamaica Public Service Company. And despite the best efforts, we could not significantly reduce the outstanding amount. I approached the Most Honorable Prime Minister at the time, and I shared the concerns, and I said to him, this is what I would recommend once it's possible. And he said to me, you can proceed and engage the Minister of Finance. After one discussion with the Minister on the issue of the outstanding arrears for the Jamaica Public Service Company, which was a strain on the country, the Minister said, give him some time. And I'm pleased that the time was not long. We came back and we were able to wipe the debt of $8 billion that was owed to the Jamaica Public Service Company. And because of that, we have seen improvement in our streetlight delivery. And since then, we have been current with our obligations to the Jamaica Public Service Company, and I want to pay tribute to the Minister of Finance for being a part of that. It has been a collective response by a government to understand that teamwork is important. The other issue that I want to raise speaks to the National Solid Waste Management Authority, the premier company in the country that has responsibility for public cleansing. And that again demands the kind of support and resources to ensure that the country has an efficient and reliable source of garbage collection. While we are not fully there yet, where we want, but under his stewardship again, when I approached the Prime Minister to bare my soul with what is required to bring the National Solid Waste Management Authority up to a level that the country can say we have a source that is reliable. And when we spoke about the needs, and it's important that the country recognize the work of the Minister of Finance because he has to manage the books. In 2016, when we became government, the country had less than 6 reliable garbage trucks. Under his stewardship as Minister of Finance and the Prime Minister's maneuvering of the situation, this administration has been able to provide over 150 garbage trucks under this administration. Again, working closely with the Minister of Finance. Last thing I want to say before I take my seat. The National Solid Waste Management Authority is driven by a wide number of what we call casual workers. Some of these workers have been working at the National Solid Waste Management Authority from its inception. They had no job security. They didn't know what tomorrow will offer in terms of where they stand when they retire. Many before us retired without a pension, without getting any benefits out of the organization. And again, the Prime Minister said to me one day, boy, you know, Minister, boy, solid waste again. When I put to him what our intentions were, he said, engage the Minister of Finance. And a commitment made by the Prime Minister in Montague Bay, made by me in this House, and made by the Minister of Finance, that we will move to make 3,800 workers at the National Solid Waste Management Authority who had no job security, no pension to get. And under his stewardship as Minister of Finance, today I am proud to say that over 3,800 Jamaicans have job security. He's not just a Minister of Finance. And the member from North Central, St. Andrew, can tell you, he used to attend St. Richard's Primary School on Red Hills Road. So he has the walk of the common man. He knows exactly what is required. And I am proud that I have been able to spend many years of working with the member in building a better Jamaica under the leadership of Dr. Prime Minister Andrew Holness. And I believe his contribution internationally is a plus for Jamaica. And it is something that money can't buy. It is something that will enhance the reputation of Jamaica, because people will see a small island state giving to the world a leader of this level. Last night when I closed at the constituency meeting, I used these words, and I'm going to close by saying, I am a proud member of the Jamaica Labour Party, proud to be associated with Dr. Nigel Clark. And I will say to him, as I said last night, let Labour proudly walk abroad and take its place with kings. For who art Labour more than God, the maker of all things? What would my friend?
Member Northwest St. James.
Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the current Minister of Finance spends his last day in Parliament today, I have to say my own thanks on behalf of both myself as a colleague and the members of the Jamaica Labour Party that the party joined to begin his line of public service. I don't know him as long as his friends were spoken before, but in the time I've known him, it's like I've known him for a long time. I met him, I was aware of Nigel Clark when himself and a number of other young technocrats appeared on the scene, and himself and David Panto were seen as the outstanding professionals who would begin to bring another generation of quality public service. People across different sides of the house. But I didn't know him personally. I met him, in fact, in a bit unusual. He had taken part in actually writing the Labour Party manifesto to move from austerity to growth. And I read that thoroughly, including there was the commitment to begin to look at security. At the time I had no idea it would be where I am today. But I met him quite peculiar. I met him in the Prime Minister's office when we were beginning post 2016 election, the very first week. And of course, Nigel was bringing his own thoughts in terms of the technical side of government and what things that should be done. And we had a discussion. I think from the very first meeting, I found Nigel not only affable, but easy to talk to, but also had a very clear mind on issues and topics that should be dealt with by the government. He was then made chairman of National Housing Trust and the Port Authority of Jamaica, and the Prime Minister will, of course, speak to those. There are two were special agency Prime Minister, but Nigel served with distinction in those areas, and joined the electoral process in March of 2018. Started his service as a Minister of Finance, which has now looked like a short time, but is in fact 6 years plus. 6 fiscal years, almost 7 years. Much has been said, and I can add, but I won't take time to add, of the many things that Nigel Clarke has done. Those of us in the political arena saw Nigel as a successor of a series of what we consider outstanding Minister of Finance that the Labour Party has the privilege of providing this country with, starting from as far back as the first Minister of Finance, Sir Harold Allen, who was an independent professional as our first Minister of Finance back in 1944. I think the JLP has been take distinction in providing the country with a number of this outstanding Minister of Finance. But Nigel Clarke has come at this stage, was like the right man in the right place at the right time, and served with distinction and excellence, and has placed the country on an extremely, what could be considered a solid foundation to contain the process of growth. Sometimes he spoke with eloquence on the topic, but what with many say, he was also never angry, but very tough. He laid out the fiscal rules, the budget rules, what was required, and what you'd get out of it. But he was always articulate in laying out what the tough line was, but what would come out of it. And today we can look at a country that has been able to spend billions of dollars in capital investment to lay a foundation going forward. And I don't want to overlap. I know the Prime Minister will speak extensively on it, but I have to. That framework, I think, was laid out by this Minister of Finance in a very easy going way, but a very stringent and logical manner that has put the country on a very solid foundation. My colleagues have spoken on the benefits derived from it. I think the biggest benefit, of course, is the dramatic reduction in the debt to GDP ratio, and the next outcome of that, dramatic increase in capital expenditure with Jamaican taxpayers' money. So the things we do are Jamaican. If I go to the west, from the perimeter road of Montague, already mentioned by my colleague, investment in international airports, etc., I could spend a good time. But I'm really here to express my thanks and gratitude to Nigel Clarke, and to wish him well in the next step. When he came in, some of us always figured this would be the route. At some point, he'd go international. Didn't think he'd go this fast, actually, but in the time he has served, he has done extremely well in placing us on a solid foundation. A comment I have to express personal gratitude in the emphasis and the support he gave as we started the structure to rebuild our police force and provide the country with the kind of security infrastructure that can have an impact on the crime levels. He has taken steps not only to deal with the physical aspect, but the human aspect. Under his leadership, we have been able to expand the police force from 11,000 to 14,000 and seek to have the current establishment in place. In addition to that, we have for the first time, quite frankly, offered the police a compensation that can consider the compensation. During that negotiation, we also saw the other side of Nigel Clarke. He was involved. I got involved, and I was able to do the legwork of tediously going through a compensation review, which was not a salary increase, but it resulted in significant salary increase. They had to get the thinking differently, and Nigel took time to outline the philosophy, the principles involved, what he was doing, And I was able to sit to the Police Federation and effectively got the change in thinking, and today we have a much more comfortable relationship, and I think officers feel much better about, at this point, the future of the Jamaica Constable Force. In addition to that, provided funding, we have retrofitted over 160 police stations, built nearly 20 new stations, have committed another 16 billion for new divisional headquarters across the country, and that expenditure continues that we expect to go through. So I had mentioned those as personal items, Minister, that I think the country needs to be reminded of the impact of his work. But let me say again, it was a privilege to have worked with you, Nigel, a pleasure to have had you, and to, in fact, feel that I did the right thing in helping to recruit you, assist my leader in pulling you into this space. And as I said, I expected that at some point you'd have headed in this direction, but I hope you're a little longer, but timing, we don't all set the time ourselves. As you move to the next level, you will, I know, carry Jamaica's persona in the space you go to, and we know you go prepared, and will continue to maintain your relationship with the country, although you'll be in a new space. We wish you well there. Know you'll do well, and help not only to fix Jamaica's problems, but make a significant contribution to how international financial agencies approach the underdeveloped countries that are seeking to struggle in development. Again, thank you, Nigel Clark, and wish you well. Godspeed.
Members, though we may want to show appreciation to the outgoing Minister of Finance because of the way he has touched many of our lives with the work that he has been doing for Jamaica, I have to stick to my list that I have had in front of me. And so we may have to send our show appreciation and our congratulation and our words of tribute to him in another way. But I am guided by the list that is given to me. And unless I get the nod from the leader of government business, I just have to stick with the flow. And so at this time, we will take the member from St. Andrew West Central, the Most Honorable Dr. Andrew Mikael Holness, Prime Minister of Jamaica.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, colleagues. My friendship with, and Mr. Speaker, may I ask for the privilege of addressing the member by name?
You do have the privilege, member.
With the concurrence of the members. My friendship with Nigel is over 20 years old. And the friendship is based on clearly mutual respect, mutual interest, but also a similar outlook and a shared philosophy. We have a mind share on many issues. In fact, as younger men looking on at the challenges of the country at the time, we developed, Mr. Speaker, a kind of roadmap of solutions to the country's problems. The question was, how do we get these set of policies implemented? Mr. Speaker, the opportunities came when I became Prime Minister the first time around. It was too short-lived then to have put any of those plans into action. Nevertheless, I had the opportunity, having taken on the position of Prime Minister, to visit the IMF And I took along with me as my special advisor at the time, Nigel Clark. It was a profound meeting. It was about to assume the role of Prime Minister. And I went with former Prime Minister Bruce Golding as well. And I'll never forget in that meeting with the IMF, something that was said, and I won't repeat it here, but the impact of what was said made me realize the depths of the problems that Jamaica was in. And I came back from those meetings with a very sober outlook on Jamaica's prospects. In 2013, the new Minister of Finance also went to the IMF, Dr. Peter Phillips, and he came back and made a similar statement, which was to the effect that the meeting with the IMF was very sobering. Well, though he didn't, he implemented it. The reason why I start my tribute to Nigel at this point, it's because up until then, Jamaica had a need-hate relationship with the IMF. Not a love-hate, a need-hate. We needed the IMF, but we hated the IMF. Some of you would remember a former Minister of Finance standing up in this room and saying, bye-bye, IMF. Tata, good, thank you for reminding me. Tata, IMF. And for many decades before, Jamaica's problems were sometimes blamed on the IMF. We took a different perspective, Nigel and myself. We started from the point of view that our problems are our responsibility. We have agency, and we must do what is necessary to put our country on the right track. In 2009, 2010, former Prime Minister Golding also took that view and started the first debt exchange, the first real attempt by Jamaica to address our debt crisis. By 2013, the then Finance Minister, Dr. Peter Phillips, came to that understanding as well, that we need to embrace the challenges that we have. We need to put in place the programs, but more than that, we need to own the IMF program. And so what happened in Jamaica was a shift from saying an IMF program is imposed on us to us embracing an IMF program, to the point of establishing the EPOC, the Economic Program Oversight Committee. And I want to give a very fair view of how we have reached where we are, because it is no single administration that has done it. It started under the Bruce Golding administration of 2007 to 2011, continued under the Portia Simpson Miller administration from 2011 to 2015. And it has continued through my administration. We inherited an IMF program, the Extended Fund Facility, which started in 2013. And I appointed Minister Clark, some of you will remember, as Ambassador Plenipotentiary for Economic Affairs. It was a specific appointment to enable him to deal with our international partners, particularly the international funding agencies. and Minister Clark worked with them directly to ensure that there was, first of all, an understanding between the government and the IMF, that trust was built, and that there was the assurance of the commitment of the government to carry through the reforms. But it was also important that he was a very good interlocutor in ensuring that the programs were also developed with Jamaica's interest at the forefront. And so we were able to end the EFF with several reviews to go, because we had excelled on those programs, on the EFF, to the point where we could graduate early. Some of you may not recall that we ended the EFF early, and in October 2016, we entered the precautionary standby agreement. That was because of the phenomenal performance of the government in meeting the various benchmarks. So when the opportunity came for Nigel to be appointed the Minister of Finance, that was embraced. And Nigel became the Minister of Finance with the mandate to accelerate the implementation of not just the IMF program, but Jamaica's program of economic reform. The things that we had discussed almost a decade before, we now had the opportunity to have those things fully executed. When we discussed these things 10 years before, the issue was always, we know what to do from a policy perspective, but will we have the political space to do it? That was always the challenge. Will we have the political space? And the political space is not only determined by the arguments in the cabinet. The political space is also determined by the people. What will the people agree to? Will they want to hear about high reserves and reduction in debt? Or do they want to hear about an increase in path or fixing roads or more water? These are the trade-offs that governments face in creating the space, the political space. So you will hear the Minister of Finance speak about the fiscal space, the revenue room to deliver. But there's also another space, the political space to implement policy and keep on track with policy. And so my commitment when I appointed Minister Clark as a minister was that we would have the political space. My job is to make sure that the political space is there for the policies to stay on track. And what you're seeing happening now in the transformation of the Jamaican economy is the political space giving the wherewithal for policy to be implemented. And now we are seeing the dividends. Now, to implement these policies and to secure the political space, it's not an easy task, because as some persons will recall, that when governments are faced with a narrowing political space, the response is to say, run with it. It's better to be here figuring out how to solve the problem we create than to be on the outside. So run with it. That is a challenge of a tightening political space. this administration has sacrificed great political capital to ensure that the policies that will yield the long-term and medium-term benefits are implemented. So let's look at some of the things that have changed, the practical things, since you have mentioned it, remember, we have gone through 9 budgets and we have not increased taxes. Our reserves are at the highest levels they have been in decades. We have halved the national debt from 144% of GDP to now what, 74% of GDP. These are real things that have happened to transform our economy under the direction of Minister Clark as the Minister of Finance. Minister Clark presided over legislation to create an independent central bank. It is that independence of the central bank that has made Jamaica probably the only country in the region with a free floating exchange rate. Dr. Clark spent quite a bit of his own time directly in the formulation of the Fiscal Commission. I think that you would call that one his baby. And the Fiscal Commission is an important institutional legacy that Dr. Clark will leave behind, because it is the Fiscal Commission that will ensure that even if the political space has narrowed, that the policies to ensure the fiscal sustainability of Jamaica will remain. It is that institution that will take our fiscal affairs substantially out of the political domain. Dr. Clark, Nigel, will be credited for, this is something that we should have been doing a long time ago, Nigel, but you did it. You issued the first international financial instrument denominated in Jamaican dollars. This man put Jamaican dollar that some of us disparage. He put the Jamaican dollar instrument on the international market for people to buy that instrument in Jamaican dollar. Yes, that's a legacy, historic. One of the challenges, Mr. Speaker, and I'm wrapping up shortly, but this is something that I would want every Jamaican to appreciate. Whilst the narrowing political space has led to many policy missteps and bad policies implemented, and you can go through them from FinSAC to allowing government entities to run up debt, to all kinds of bad policies. What we cannot deny as well, that has contributed to the stagnation of the Jamaican economy over the last 50 years, is that we have been hit by natural disasters. Jamaica is vulnerable to natural disasters. And in fact, a part of the accumulation of debt is as a result of government borrowing to recover from disasters. I speak about this all the time, but I'm not certain it has filtered into the consciousness of the population. But what this administration has done is to create a new way of managing shocks, whether it is a natural disaster shock, a health shock, or any other economic shock. And that is the creation of fiscal buffers. For the first time, Jamaica is able to set aside, put aside resources. But we have also created what is commonly termed as a multi-layered risk mitigation, risk financing system, where you would have seen it in operation. Jamaica hit by a barrel, and we didn't have to turn to the international community for borrowing or request for extensive aid. The key element of that would be the issuance of the catastrophe bond. Jamaica being the first small country to successfully issue a catastrophe bond. That is the achievement of my friend Nigel. In addition to that, coming out of the IMF agreement and reflecting on the period 2011 to 2015, where not only was the private sector called upon to take haircuts and to restructure, the workers of the country were called upon to absorb wage freezes in order to prevent the country from going under. The workers of the country did that. And we both, in our conversations, have always recognized that the sacrifice of the workers must be acknowledged and rewarded. And therefore, when we came to look at how we're going to treat with the compensation of the workers, we were very favorable towards what has been asked for many administrations before but never done, a compensation review. Now, I must tell you that Dr. Clark took that one on fully and personally, was right there with the unions, right there with the meetings, and, you know, $200 billion later. And I want to repeat that point, that the wage bill has increased by that amount of money. Significant. I remember the minister, in one of his unique presentation styles, came here to try to show how the proportion of the wage bill has increased. I believe you came with an abacus, right? Trying to show the proportion of the wage bill. That will be an enduring legacy as well. I am not saying that it is yet perfect. There are still unfinished ends in that endeavor, which the next minister will be tasked to address. However, Mr. Speaker, Nigel also did some very practical things. Minister Vaz has asked me to convey to you, Nigel, his eternal gratitude for the support you gave in us acquiring, in short order, 275 new buses, which we will get. We have already gotten 100. Well, we have got 175, and the rest is going through the system. So, Minister Mackenzie already thanked you for the garbage trucks. But there are some other important legacies as well, which we must acknowledge. You know, the National Stadium. Built over, 50 years ago. It's the office needs some repair. And within that budget space, Minister Clark has managed to find a solution to both the financing and the actual improvement and repair work. You will hear more about that. Minister Grange, I'm sure, will tell you more about that. But the development of the Kingston waterfront, the linear park, that will be done. Minister Clark, working with the World Bank, we have managed to, I believe you signed the loan agreement for that. And there are many other areas, including the development of, I don't like to use the word pipeline, because things don't generally come out of the pipeline. That's what here. But we have developed a train line of public-private partnership projects. Over $2 billion US of public-private partnership projects to come, including the expansion of the North-South Highway, the North Coast Highway, and some other major infrastructure projects. You know, Mr. Speaker, there is no doubt that Nigel is a special resource for Jamaica, that he has served with great dignity, poise, and confidence. He was described, the description was meant to be derogatory, but one member called him black royalty. Meant to be, you know, derogatory. But I believe he captured the essence of the man. And I'm very pleased to have been associated with you, Nigel. I'm very happy to have had the opportunity to work with you to get all of what we have accomplished done. I don't believe 90% of the people understand what we have done. It is going to take decades to truly understand it. There are many books that we have to write to explain how we sat and talked about what we need to change in Jamaica, what we need to do, and to plan it so that it has happened seamlessly, without disruption. Ministers of Finance and Prime Ministers have to work very closely together, because there will always be opportunity for people to take the action of the Minister of Finance and try to turn it into a problem for the Prime Minister. But that could never happen between us, because we have a very close friendship, but more importantly, a passion for the vision of improving Jamaica. But I've always known that Nigel's skills and his service is not always going to be local in focus. There are other countries that need to benefit from the experience of Jamaica. And it is indeed a distinct honor that that skill resided with us, and we now give that skill to the world. So, Mr. Speaker, we now embark on a new phase. What Minister Clark and I had defined to do, I believe we have largely accomplished it. Now, we have discussed this other phase as well, and we have a plan, and you will see that plan being rolled out in the next term. Now and next term. In the same way, we have transformed the fiscal arrangements. Now, Mr. Speaker, we are going to take the dividends and benefits of that and transform the human resources, the productivity, and the peace and security of the country to finally complete the mission of prosperity for the Jamaican people. I wish my friend Nigel all the best in his endeavors, and I'm certain that his particular skill sets will always be available to the people of Jamaica. God bless you, and good speed on your journey.
At this time, we will take the reply from the member from Northwestern St. Andrew.
Mr. Speaker, my heart is full. Though, Mr. Speaker, you have your constituents and neighbors and friends, but it's a completely different thing when it comes to your peers and, of course, your leader. I first want to just express my sincere gratitude and thanks to you first as the leader of this chamber, and to your substantive speaker, to the House Leader and the Leader of Opposition Business, and above all, Mr. Speaker, I want to express thanks to the Prime Minister, my cabinet colleagues, and my parliamentary colleagues. As the Prime Minister mentioned, our relationship goes back to the late 1990s when I first returned from studying and working abroad. And he had been a member of parliament for 2 years. I followed closely his election from the UK, where I was at the time a graduate student. All three of them, and I wondered, who is this guy? Anyway, I was fortunate when I came back in 1999 to meet Andrew. He was the only parliamentarian member of a small group of people who used to meet on a regular basis to talk about Jamaica and to envision a possible future. Wow. And one thing, if you don't know anything about Andrew Holness, one thing that you must know is that he is a persistent person. Yes. Because from then, he was trying to get me to come and do what he is doing. I'll never forget going to his constituency with my wife I was just married, like not even 1 or 2 months. And he invited me to speak at an event in at Tower Hill, exactly, the school. And I went and I gave a presentation, and my wife came back and said, Nigel, you know, not right now. Not right now. But he never gave up. Every couple of years there'd be another invitation. And I kept on saying no. Like, why don't you serve on my constituency executive? I said, look, I'm focused. If I'm going to get into this thing, I have to have a foundation. Let me focus on what I'm doing. And I must tell you, there were many no's before my first venture, which was to join the Senate. And that was an amazing experience for me. I gained a tremendous amount of respect for Jamaica's arrangements, and with the fact that what I described is that Jamaica has, you know, DNA of an entity tells you what the entity can be. But when you see the DNA at birth, you can't distinguish the DNA of an ant from the DNA of an elephant with the naked eye. But the DNA of an elephant will become an elephant. The DNA of an ant will remain an ant. Well, I like to say my exposure to the Senate back in that 2013 period taught me that Jamaica has elephant DNA. This is a country with the structures, with the constitutional arrangements, with the social cohesion and framework that can go much further than we are today, i.e. the same chassis, the same DNA can take us all the way. This is a country built for much more than we already have. The Prime Minister mentions when he asked me to accompany him to Washington, D.C. when he was about to be Prime Minister, and Prime Minister Golding invited him to meet the heads of those agencies, and I accompanied him. I was quiet in all of those meetings. Yes, absolutely. And it was really shocking. And the Prime Minister was so seized when he came back. He spoke to a 30,000 gathering in Mandeville, and the rest of that is history. But history will record that he told the people of Jamaica the truth. So even though it might be hard to believe today, I much preferred working and supporting in the background due to Andrew Holness and because of Andrew Holness.
Welcome to the first ever basketball game held at the famous Treehouse Basketball Court. And now, get ready for the ball jump!
Tend to be your most productive years in your early 50s, and to devote that to Project Jamaica has been the privilege of my life. And I thank Prime Minister Holness for the opportunity. It has been a wonderful journey. and we have accomplished a lot with the parliamentary and the cabinet team together. Now, it's very important to acknowledge that the best achievements, the sweetest ones, are the collaborative ones. And there's nothing I've enjoyed more by collaborating with my colleagues in the cabinet to pursue their policy priorities and to make them a reality. And the role of the Minister of Finance, as practiced in our time, has been an enabler of others. And that often requires, because the capital budget is really the discretionary part of our affairs, and it requires some backward integration. And so what Minister Vaz spoke about and Minister Mackenzie spoke about, and what was spoken about with Minister Grange and the stadium, and the hospitals with Minister Tufton, and the school improvement project with Minister Williams, and national security with DPM, have been tremendously fulfilling endeavors to pursue. Now, Prime Minister and colleagues, Jamaica enjoys hard-won economic stability, something that we have not had in our country for the better part of 45 years. It's hard to pinpoint exactly when we had it, but it's certainly sometime over the last, say, sort of maybe right before COVID, when we regained stability. And we certainly know when we lost it, and that would have been about 5 decades ago, approximately. And with the anchor of that stability is that Jamaica's debt today, in this fiscal year, we are 7 months in the fiscal year, and by the end of the fiscal year, we're expecting our debt to be in the high 60s, i.e. at 68%, which and that will be the lowest since the mid-1970s. So Jamaica has earned for herself the possibility of a new beginning, and one that we must use wisely. We have today, as the Prime Minister mentioned, more sources of people wanting to lend to us than we could possibly take. And it's just a rule of life. People want to lend to people who don't need money because their chances of being repaid are better. So I want to say to ministers of finance who follow, don't be impressed by the many offers that you're going to get to lend you money. I have had that too. But what we have to work on for the next phase is to ensure that, having gotten our debt down, we want to change the composition of that debt from a majority US dollar debt to make it into more Jamaican dollar debt. So though we might be at 68% at the end of the year, we still have 60% of that amount denominated in US dollars, which is a source of risk. Now, because we're in a position where we can demand what we want, my posture has been, everybody want to lend me money. I said, look, you come to me with Jamaican dollars, I'll borrow from you. You can't possibly get all the Jamaican dollars you need in the local market. And so for 4 years in a row, or 5 years in a row, I would say to, when I go to DC or New York, say to all the bankers who want to do business with us, come to me with a J dollar deal and you will have a deal. And because of that, as the Prime Minister mentioned, last year we had the first issue of a local currency bond internationally. And I hope and I know that Prime Minister Holness and the team will build on that and we'll have more issues of Jamaican dollar instruments. Now, the important thing, Mr. Speaker, about economic stability, I want to say there's three important things about it. One is that it's not a panacea. It doesn't solve all of our problems. It can't. But you cannot solve our problems sustainably without it. Economic stability is not anyone's enemy. It is the friend of every noble social and economic objective that you want to sustain over time. But keeping it, Mr. Speaker, is not an inevitability. As much success as we have had, the path ahead does not allow for policy error because Jamaica's finances are so rigid and tight. And so, Mr. Speaker, it can be maintained by the choices that we make, and choices that consider today as well as tomorrow, and importantly, choices that leave enough space for public investment. It's only through public investment that we can improve quality of life. This administration, more than any other administration in the recent past, has addressed the income question. If you think about it, first of all, macro income per capita GDP in US dollar terms has gone up from around 5,000 plus US dollars to 7,000 US dollars on a macro basis. You go more granular, the minimum wage in nominal Jamaican dollar terms has gone from 6,200 to 15,000, an increase of 260%. In US dollar terms, an increase of 88%. And adjusted for inflation, an increase in real terms of 56%. So we have addressed and are addressing the income question. When you look at NIS, NIS has increased from between 26 and 70, I believe it's in the mid-70s, 75% or thereabouts. We have introduced a social pension and increased it by over 40%. The public sector compensation has increased salaries to public sector workers. We have employed 1.5 and 1.7 thresholds that have increased disposable income. So more than any other administration in the recent past, this administration has addressed the income question. But what we have learned is that income, though necessary, is not sufficient, particularly for a country where many are on low incomes. The only way to sustainably, if we focus on income alone, we will not improve quality of life. Because when you are at an income level of $12,000 a week, moving it to $14,000 a week, though a big movement, does not transform a life. What transforms lives are public investments that improve the quality of public services. And which is why I've been such a fervent believer and I've worked so assiduously on the buses, on the garbage trucks, on the stadium, on the hospitals, on the parks, on the parks, right? On the fire station, fire trucks.
You're giving too much of a strategy.
Okay, right, yeah, all right, all right. So, Mr. Speaker, let me talk about the past. I just want to say, Mr. Speaker, that, and I hope you'll permit me on this occasion, not to be followed by any other occasion, certainly from me, to say that I'm proud to have been a part of an administration and to have led a ministry with a strong record of performance. Mr. Speaker, we promised recovery from the pandemic, a stronger recovery, and Mr. Speaker, we have delivered recovery in jobs, recovery in output beyond pre-COVID levels. Mr. Speaker, we have redefined access to tertiary education with no guarantor requirement for student loans. Mr. Speaker, some of the nuggets are the ones that are most interesting. Paternity leave in the public sector is a reality. We have introduced a social pension, and we have had consecutive years of no new taxes. The Prime Minister mentioned the disaster risk insurance, the public sector compensation, the PPP train line of projects, the Kingston Waterfront Park, the governance reforms, the independence of the central bank and the Fiscal Commission and the Fiscal Research Center, the public investment management process, and importantly, all procurement today is electronically done. So, Mr. Speaker, I thank you, I thank the Prime Minister, and I thank this Honourable House for the opportunity to have served. I thank the members on the other side for being worthy opponents and for working on behalf of the Jamaican people in holding the government to account. We thank you for doing so, for the most part, in a spirit of collegiality and with, the people don't understand on the outside the underlying friendships that either pre-exist or develop in this chamber. In closing, Mr. Speaker, in making my departure from not just the playing field, but from the stadium, mixing my metaphors a little bit, I have run through the tape. Some people, you see the finish, your particular finish line, and you ease up. And it's all right, the finish line, we must ease up. People thought that when they heard August 26th, when the announcement come, oh, Nigel going to ease up, oh. or that you're going to go off on some big holiday for 3 weeks. That is not how the government of Andrew Holness works. We believe in running through the tape and running through the finish line. That's what I've tried to do. So, Mr. Speaker, in the spirit of running through the tape, I just have the 3 updates that I'd like that are relevant. The first is that the Independent Fiscal Commission comes into effect on January 1st, 2025. That was always a timetable. It's a timetable that doesn't change because the minister changes. The commissioner, as the Prime Minister mentioned, was appointed in May of 2023, and it's taken this time for his office to get up to speed. The Fiscal Commission becomes the independent arbiter of Jamaica's fiscal rules, takes over from the Auditor General, and will be, what we have done is to institutionalize our experience of having domestic oversight. They'll have a fiscal advisory committee, which similar to what we had in EPOC, and that's going to be chaired by Mr. Keith Duncan. It will have Mrs. Helene Davis-White representing union, from the union movement, Ms. Nancy Pinchas from civil society, Dr. Patrice Whiteley from academia, who's head of economics department at UWI, and Mr. Kareem Tomlinson from the private sector. He happens to be an executive at Grace Kennedy. The Governor General made these appointments in accordance with the legislative requirements, where there was consultation between myself and the opposition spokesperson on finance. The second update, Mr. Speaker, is to say that the request for applications for an approved integrated resort development order for the parish of St. James is going to be in the newspapers tomorrow. Information will be available on the website, and the process for that integrated resort development will reopen tomorrow, and I expect that you will have some competitive bids. And then the third, Mr. Speaker, update is that the reverse income tax credit, as at Monday, we had 260,976 successful applications. And this week, Mr. Speaker, we're expecting 77,000 Jamaicans to be in receipt of an SMS or an email indicating that their reverse income tax credit will be at their financial institution or remittance agency.
And that is not from oil revenue.
No. Mr. Speaker, it's important that everyone doesn't rush to their remittance entity. You have to wait. Only persons who receive the SMS and or the email, and there'll be 77,000 of those this week. The remaining amounts of the reverse income tax credit will be paid in November and December. If you go to a remittance company to collect, you have to have a valid government ID, a passport, driver's license, or a voter ID. If you're a person with disability, you can authorize someone to collect with a letter signed by a JP, which has your application reference number, your TRN, the beneficiary ID, and other information. Mr. Speaker, running through the tape, Mr. Speaker, it's been a privilege and honor of my life, and I thank you, and I thank the Prime Minister. Thank my colleagues.
Members, though we wish to be in a party mood at this time, we still have the business of the House to continue with. And for the last time, the member from St. Andrew Northwest have taken his final bow in the House of Parliament. Statement by Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that we Mr. Speaker, it has been a long afternoon, and we do have some students here all the way from St. Mary and Manchester, and we really were hoping that they would have been able to leave the chambers at 4 o'clock. And so I'm going to move that we suspend the items on the order paper up to the State of the Constituency debate, and to move that the State of the Constituency debate be resumed, and that the first speaker would be the member from St. Mary Western, and it will be followed by the member from Manchester Northwest, and then we will revert to the standing orders. May it please you, just in order to facilitate the students who are here from those respective constituencies. May it please you, Mr. Speaker.
Members, the request is on the floor for the suspension of the standing order to take the continuation of the State of Constituency debates. Those in favor? Those against, the ayes have it. Statement by Ministers, announcements, bill brought from the Senate, petition, papers, report from committees, notice of motion given orally, question and answers to question, motion that may be made at the commencement of public business requiring notice, motion relating to the sitting of the House, motion for leave to introduce bills, presentation of bills without leave of the House first obtained, public business. Member? St. Mary, Western.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And let me thank my colleagues as well. Mr. Speaker, let me first of all thank all the members of staff of the Parliament and yourself for the steadfast management of the House and the keen attention to detail. Permit me to thank my colleagues on both sides of the House for their advice and sharing of knowledge. I want to express my gratitude to my administrative and personal staff who have worked tirelessly at my side, including my security team led by Sergeant Cleve Malcolm, who is currently off on a promotional course, and I wish him all the very best. I must mention Mr. Ralston McKinley, a.k.a. Stouty, for his safe handling of the motor vehicle, and he has proven time and time again that he is the best driver in the world. And permit me, Mr. Speaker, to say a special thank you to Ms. Leng, my longest-serving assistant, and she has been with me since 2003, some 21 long years. And thank you, Ms. Leng, for your kindness, patience, and service. Mr. Speaker, permission to speak from a seat other than my own.
You may continue.
Thank you, sir. Let me also acknowledge the students from the Taki High School, the Arokopesa High, as well as St. Mary High, the Goshen Primary School, who are all with me today. And I must also acknowledge the members of the Taki Foundation, including our visiting professor from Yale University. Mr. Speaker, the greatest set of workers anywhere are those from Western St. Mary. And also my management team, supervisors, I thank you. I give God thanks every day for blessing me with the privilege, Mr. Speaker, of serving the people and citizens of the best constituency in the world, Western St. Mary. Mr. Speaker, the state of Western St. Mary is good and will be better once the Greater Mason Hall Water Project is completed. This project was committed years ago, but finally we see the work being done. Phase 1 is well on track, and the citizens of Mason Hall will see piped potable water for the first time in history. As a result, improved water supply will be felt in Canopon, Days Mountain, and Barriff Hall. In Phase 2, which has started, there will be upgrades to the water treatment plants in Pottinger Spring, White River, and Bogue. Therefore, improved water flows will be felt in Tower Isle, Rio Nuevo, Boscobel, Stewarttown, Huddersfield, Mango Valley, Arocobessa, Wentworth, Villa Road, Galena, and all communities leading off the North Coast Highway straight into Port Maria. It will also see water going for the very first time into the communities of Kidland and Lookout. This is a transformational project. This government and this MP will be delivering water to the people. But it's not only there, Mr. Speaker. The then Minister, the Honorable Senator Matthew Samuda, approved the project of laying a 6-inch pipeline from the White River treatment plant through Labyrinth straight into the town of Gale, so that the people of Hyathill, Richards Bend, Gale, Coombstown, Saltram, and all adjoining communities will no longer have any shortage of water for many, many years to come. A solar-powered 15-horsepower pump is being installed in Mile Gully as we speak. And I want to thank the Stanford family from Mile Gully for making the lands available. A solar pump is also slated for Brockway. The Rural Water Company is to establish a new water system at Falling Spring in Springfield, so that the people of Springfield and Windsor Castle can be removed from the Geisel system, and thereafter Waterford and Heartlands will see improved water supplies. These communities, Mr. Speaker, have suffered long enough, and a solution is at hand. And yes, Mr. Speaker, this is what we refer to as shared prosperity. Mr. Speaker, a 350,000-gallon tank will be bought and placed in Geisel. And along with the 100,000-gallon tank that is currently in Morris Hill, we will have the ability to store the water that will be coming up as a result of an agreement with the National Irrigation Commission, NIC, and the NWC. Minister Green has already given permission for 1 million gallons of water per day to be sent from the Rio Magna up to the Geisel treatment plant. Yes. And thereafter, sections of Northeast St. Catherine, Southeast St. Anne, and the communities of Decoy, Maidenhall, Top Road, Jeffreytown, Waterford, Kubi Corner, Old Road, Cox Peace, and Heartlands will see a massive improvement in their water supplies. The Petersfield system will be upgraded as new pipes will be laid, and a new solar pump is slated for the Commerce Spring. The Champagne Spring in Jackson is slated for another solar pump, and the Fellowship Hall and Ramble Springs will be upgraded. A new pipeline is planned from Sandhill to Port Maria to replace the old encrusted one that is there. So Sandhill, Crescent, Geddestown, Oxford, Carpeace Road, Baileysville, and Freehill will see better and more consistent water supplies. Mr. Speaker, this is what we call shared prosperity. The Industry Pen project by the National Housing Trust will see the Emancipation Lands project finally being completed. Mr. Speaker, when this project was started, certain infrastructural improvements were promised to the people when they were investing, and it never happened. But Dr. Andrew Holness, Prime Minister, committed to the people of Industry Pen, and the NHT will be spending the funds for a new sewage system, improved water supplies, roads, electricity, and land titles. A development by others with over 900 homes were never completed, but this government will be completing it for the benefit of the people. This project will will not only benefit Industry Pen, but the wider Three Hills community, Petersfield, Roscommon, Charlestown. Mr. Speaker, the Most Honorable Prime Minister is continuing to share the prosperity because he has instructed the National Land Agency to transfer 31 acres of land being held by the Airports Authority of Jamaica into the name of the Factories Corporation of Jamaica for the establishment of a special economic zone and urban center for St. Mary. This is situated south of the Ian Fleming International Airport. This project, which has seen lands being cleared so that the architect can finalize the designs and the necessary geotechnical tests can be fast-tracked, the plan draws on the unique opportunities that having an international airport next door gives. So a business processing facility to do data entry for legal, medical, and technological back office works, a commercial center to house restaurants, banks, stores, government offices, etc., warehouses, factories, aircraft hangars, factory outlets, and a new terminal building, as well as a medical facility, will be accommodated. So far, Mr. Speaker, it is estimated that this area will be employing some 2,500 Jamaicans. Yes, Mr. Speaker, 2,500 jobs. And if it is left to me alone, Mr. Speaker, the vast majority of them will come from St. Mary. And that is why we have a partnership with Hard Trust to train and certify our people into data entry, construction skills, office management, IT, and other hospitality skills. We have started with over 200 trainees in Gale, and we'll be opening another center in Montague soon, then Windsor Castle, Boscobel, Galena, and Valley Bush. Hart is currently doing a series of on-the-job certifications in the area so that those who will be employed in the construction will be certified by Hart. So far, they have certified over 100 persons in various construction skills. Mr. Speaker, this project is good for everybody. More places will be available for rent. More people will be traveling, so more income for the bus and taxi operators. More people will be working, so the bars, nightclubs, barbers, hairdressers, cook shops, restaurants, vendors will benefit. More economic activities mean the whole region will be uplifted. The hardware store will sell more. More people with new incomes will build houses or will add to what they have. Property values will increase. Mr. Speaker, some of our schools were damaged by Hurricane Beryl. And after a quick appeal to our hard-working Minister of Education, she responded, and she responded in a meaningful way. So that the Carrinal High School, the Carrinal Primary School, the Carrinal Infant School, Free Hill Primary School, Taki High, Campus 1 and 2, Ramble, Retreat, Derry Primary School could be opened in time for the new school year. Mr. Speaker, the Goshen Primary School got a new canteen, fencing, and a facelift, and the students love it. But Mr. Speaker, Minister Williams never stopped there. She has also written to tell me that my pleas over the years have been heard, and that the Arokobesa High School will be getting 8 new classrooms, an auditorium, staff room, offices, chemistry, biology, and agricultural labs, a multi-purpose court, a sewage system, fencing, and a solar system. Some $49 million is currently being spent on designs and tests and pre-approvals. Mr. Speaker, she never stopped there. She went on to say that at the Arokobesa Primary School, they will get a new block of 20 new classrooms, a staff room, canteen, offices, a library, computer lab, fencing, disability ramps, and a solar system. Almost a brand new school at the Arokobesa Primary School. The 20 old NAC buildings that Brother Paul is well aware of will be knocked down. And Mr. Speaker, some $60 million is being spent on design, surveys, tests, and approvals. But we're not finished. because the Iona High School will be seeing a massive expansion. 4 new classrooms, an auditorium, staff rooms, 4 new labs, sewage system, disability ramps, fencing, and a solar system, because they're spending some $45 million on pre-investment works. But if you think we've stopped there, we don't stop there. Because the Taki High School will be expanded when we complete the purchase of additional lands next door to move the school from 2 campuses to 1 campus. Build more classrooms, a staff room, labs, and offices. And the Sports Development Foundation has committed to building a gym and improving the playing field at Taki. But Mr. Speaker, the best gift in my political career for education has been given to me by Minister Williams. And however, this gift is the construction of a new school to replace one that was destroyed by fire many years ago and was converted to a container school. And today, some $30 million is being spent on pre-investment activities to build a new primary school for Jeffreytown in St. Mary. It has been a long wait for the people of Jeffreytown, and we want to thank Minister Williams. The funding for all these school projects have gone through the public investment system and will be included in the next budget for work to start in 2025. Test, pre-investment activities and consultations are currently ongoing. We want to thank you, Minister Favour Williams, for sharing the prosperity. Mr. Speaker, St. Mary is a tourism parish as well as an agricultural parish, but Western St. Mary is a tourism constituency. And I am pleased to inform you that Minister Bartlett has heard our cry, and the Tourism Enhancement Fund will be building 2 new public beaches, one in Renuevo and one in Arokobesa, with world-class facilities to include changing rooms, lifeguard stations, picnic areas, shops, and a performing stage. All the designs are done. The consultations are done. The permits are on track for approval, and we want to start building out these in the next financial year. Access by our people to quality beaches is important. Mr. Speaker, we have some of the worst roads in Jamaica, if not the worst set of roads. And we are anxiously awaiting the start of the REACH and SPARK programs. The people of Western St. Mary cannot wait for these programs to start. Other people have a little bad road here and a little bad road there. We have so bad road. No, Western.
Mr. Speaker, the member's time having been expired, I beg to move that it be extended by 10 minutes to allow him to complete his presentation. May it please you, Mr. Speaker.
The request is on the floor for the extension of the time. Those in favor? Those against, the ayes of it. Member, you may continue. Mike.
Thank you, my dear colleague. Mr. Speaker, I ask, however, one particular community for continued patience, Mango Valley. And I apologize to them for the long drawn-out procurement process. But we are making sure no questions are asked. And Minister Nestor Morgan has publicly stated that some work will start soon on the Mango Valley Fellowship Hall Road. And we humbly ask for the community's continued patience. The Mango Valley Road is not being funded under SPARK. It is a separate program. It has its separate funding. But we have to just proceed with the procurement process. Mr. Speaker, the provision of houses and housing solutions will be done with a new 300 solution housing scheme in Galena, upgrading of the Huddersfield views, extending water pipes and Gully Road up into Boscobel views, and completing the provision of water for the Eden Park housing scheme in Jacks River that was built years ago without any pipe in the scheme. And this government is going to put in the pipes. the upgrading of the Lighthouse Road Housing Project and the issuing of titles, upgrading the hills of Spicy Grove by putting in proper water supplies, a retaining wall and a roadway. And we are currently in negotiations with the family to purchase the Gardner lands in Arokobesa so the people who live there can get a title and security of tenure. We are currently looking at lands in Decoy, Salisbury, Jacks River, and Labyrinth for establishing new housing schemes, and these plans are far advanced. Housing and titles for our people is a priority of the Andrew Holness administration, and we intend to fulfill those. With regards to health care, we have seen the National Health Fund and Dr. Christopher Tufton responding to us in St. Mary with improvements at the Carrin Hall, Mason Hall, Gale, Wood Park, and Arokobesa clinics. The Oxford Clinic in Freehill, like the Retreat Clinic, is being expanded and upgraded. Improvement work is set for Jeffreytown, Bonnygate, and the Fellowship Hall clinics. And there's a special program for upgrading the Wood Park Clinic, which is the old Claude Stewart Maternity Center. The Hunstown Clinic will be relocated to a new clinic, which is to be built in top pen on lands being donated by the Allen family. The legal transfers are being worked out. I wish to thank Minister Green and Minister Charles for the very robust response in sharing the prosperity after the passage of Hurricane Beryl. Let me thank all the shelter managers, neighbors, and friends, the JPS, the NWC, the Municipal Corporation, the Ministry of Labor and Social Security, and all other agencies and teams for their service. Minister Green, the Carrin Hall and Arokobesa High Schools have been consistently the top performers in CXC agriculture. And I want to invite you, Minister Green, to visit these schools and carry a little gift. Because we hear that you have a hydroponics program going, and Arokobesa will do well with that, and Carrin Hall will do well with a little tractor. I want to thank Minister Mackenzie for the provision of that indigent house for Mr. Reddy in Gale. And Auntie Babsy, thank you for the support in the mini stadium in Arokobesa and the gym for Taki. But you know we're still looking for the $5 million to complete the stadium. I want to thank Dr. Chang for getting the Arokobesa Police Barracks project back on track. And thanks for the promised vehicle dock. And we are looking forward to the promised expansion of Jamaica Eye program into St. Mary. Mr. Speaker, I wish to commend Minister Vaz and the Most Honorable Prime Minister for being bold enough to act on a call I have been making from 2014 and repeated it in the last debate for Jamaica to examine nuclear energy as an alternative source for our needs. The signing of the MOU recently clearly says this government listens, this government cares, and then this government acts. I want to thank you, Minister Vaz. And while we are at it, Minister Vaz, may I recommend that a new industrial port for the establishment of a new industrial port between Arokobesa and Galena be examined. I also wish to thank Minister Clark for the reverse tax credit program. And this payback to our taxpayers earning less than $3 million is to be commended. After a big readjustment in salaries for public sector workers, offering permanent positions to thousands of contract workers, no new net taxes for over 8 years, we have managed the economy so well that we can give back some of the taxes to our people. This is shared prosperity. But, Mr. Speaker, I would wish for the government to go further. I would like to propose a program known as the SHARE program, a program to bring more people and communities together and sharing the fruits of their sacrifices over the years. A program to give the poor and vulnerable a start, to give them hope, and to allow them to carve a way forward by their own sweat and efforts. Sports, housing and health, agriculture, rural development and employment, share. I am proposing a $15 billion program to be shared evenly across constituencies for the upliftment of the poor and the vulnerable, creating opportunities for people, and finally bringing light and water to every nook and cranny of Jamaica. We have always asked the poor to sacrifice, to band them belly, to hold strain, to cut back. Well, let us start investing in the poor now. Let us give them a chance, an opportunity to share the prosperity they have waited long enough. Let me quickly point out that by spreading this money over the year and across Jamaica, the effect on inflation of this investment will be negligible, but the effect on revenues will be immense. In sports, I'm asking for $2 million per constituency to be spent on community playing fields, but at least one high school should be included, and this can be funded by the Chase Fund and Sports Development Foundation. Under health, $3 million to be allocated to each constituency to help people with prescription drugs, glasses, medical items, and equipment to be funded by the National Health Fund, and a housing grant of $5 million per constituency to be funded by the uncollected NHT returns and the Housing Fund. For agriculture, some $4 million to be granted for agricultural startup enterprises or expansion of existing ones that will see at least one new person being employed or new technology being transferred with emphasis on youth and women. Under the rural development, $2 billion to be shared equally for rural water and rural light, and to have at least one solar-powered water system to be done per rural constituency, and to provide electricity to rural communities once and for all, and to use solar or wind technologies for hard-to-reach communities. Under employment, each MP should be asked to recommend 200 participants in a one-year program of employment and training and paying them $20,000 per week. And we need to invite all government agencies and ministries to come forward to see how many trainees they can take and how much they can contribute. Persons to be recommended should be from the age 18 to 55 years old, and to give older persons a chance to retool or to get a job, and to create opportunities and experience for the young. We have all shared the hardships and the sacrifices. Now let us share the prosperity. The Bauxite Levy Fund, how can we fund this? The Bauxite Levy Fund is owed over US $30 million. Half of that should be committed to this program and the other half into a well fund. Government entities have billions of dollars in fixed deposits. It's poor people's money being held in trust. We don't have to use it all, but some can be invested in the poor. Mr. Speaker, I would like to use this opportunity once again to call for Chief Tackett to be made into a national hero. It was this mighty chief who stood up and not only spoke out against the ills of slavery, but acted. He led his people and made a stance for a country to be led by them, for them, and their children. Black X is here with me. He has championed this call with his many walks, and I would wish to see this honor bestowed on Chief Tackett before Black X departs this land. I know he's not 100% well, and I want to wish you all the best and get well soon, Black X. Let us hope that the commission will be established soon and this honor bestowed upon Chief Tackett before the next National Heroes Day. In the same vein, our Ministry of Foreign Affairs must redouble its efforts to have placed before President Biden a request for a presidential pardon for His Excellency Marcus Mosiah Garvey. Let us do what we must to get this document before President Biden before the end of January. I am calling on the new finance minister, whoever that is, to make completing the final fixed FinSAC report a priority. We as a party campaigned on it, we placed it in our manifesto, and as a team and as a party and a government, we must fulfill that commitment. Mr. Speaker, the College of Agriculture, Science and Education, a very unique institution that is in Portland. I happen to be a past student and was one of the pioneer students. That act needs to be amended so that a permanent space can be made for an alumni representative on the Board of Governors. It is the only tertiary institution that does not have that provision. And Mr. Speaker, I am saddened by the recent multi and mass killings in our country. The gains made in the fight against crime must be protected, and it can be protected if we reintroduce hanging. We must have no pity on these worthless criminals. We must have pity on the victims and their families. Let us hang them, and some people say hang them. But whether you hang them or you hang them, as long as they are dead, 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 and them teeth killed, and varnished truth, hanging must be reintroduced without delay It is the only real deterrent to murder in Jamaica. And the Firearms Act must be amended to make it easier for law-abiding Jamaicans to get a gun license. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, no one can deny that this government has performed and has performed admirably. We have brought down the debt to GDP from over 140% to less than 70%. We have cut all major categories of crime. We have record international reserves, annual increase in tourist arrivals, expansion of businesses, the largest ever increase for public servants, thus increasing the middle class, record agricultural output, increased access to water and student loans, hard training up to an associate degree is free. We are building 4 new hospitals, the lowest unemployment rate in our history, issuing more land titles, making it easier to invest and introduce the social pension program for the elderly. No one can deny that the people have sacrificed, that they have suffered, and this government hears the cry of the people, and that is why we have increased the path payments, giving back taxes, and we are now ready to share our common prosperity with the poor and vulnerable. Mr. Speaker, we in Western St. Mary believe that prosperity is not only for some, it is for all, and that is why it must be shared. This government, this caring government, this Andrew Holness-led government works night and day in the interest of our fellow citizens so that Jamaica may increase in beauty, fellowship, and prosperity. Mr. Speaker, if it so pleases you. Thank you.
Member from Northwest Manchester.
Mr. Speaker, there are some guests of the member from Northwest St. Andrews, some students from the constituency.
Northwest Manchester.
Northwest Manchester. So I'll be obliged if you could allow for them to be allowed in as soon as those from St. Mary West exit. Okay? So perhaps you could just give us about 4 to 5 minutes. There's some students who are here.
Mr. Speaker, we're moving, yes, it's being done. So the member could, in the interest of time, because we really do have a very long program ahead of us. So, yes. And we really, Minister Tufton, for example, is, yes, and he should have spoken from statement by minister. So.
Member?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to participate in another of the constituency debates. This will most likely be our last before the next general elections. Because of God's grace, I am standing here as a member of Parliament of the great constituency of Northwest Manchester. I have been a part of them for the past 15 years. They have seen my daughters grow from little girls to young women and been a part of my highs and lows. And the good part is that we have never been separated. Just want to say to my constituents, I love you, Northwest Manchester. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my family for believing in me and following me and allowing me to serve. It has not been easy, yet they continue to be my rock. To say a big thank you to my family. Coming out of the local government elections of February 2024, Northwest Manchester made the best choice. They elected 4 councillors. With God's grace, we'll give the best representation. 3 are first-term councillors, namely Andrew Smith, the New Green Division, Devon Wilson, Johns Hall Division, and Ryan Peart, Spur Tree Division, and Councillor Rowan Kennedy, our Deputy Mayor, returned for a second term. They have their work cut out for them, and I know they all are up to the task. Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank my Assistant Latoya, Constituency Secretary Hopton McCarthy, Constituency Executive, Divisional Executives, my driver Alden, who has been driving for me for the last 15 years, and my campaign team. Your work and support have not gone unnoticed. I am strong because of you. Every year, Mr. Speaker, we are asked to participate in this debate. While most may boast about what REACH and Spark will do, or how many back-to-school benefits they have issued, our constituents elected us to perform on their behalf, and our constituents will score our performance at each election cycle. What you will not hear from many of those who participate in this debate is how the so-called prosperity has eluded their constituents and constituencies. The challenges of getting things done for major projects, even small ones too, and how difficult it has become to perform our roles, to even provide the basic services. Mr. Speaker, I want to pause to welcome the students from Mile Gully Primary School and Mile Gully High School and their teachers. Mr. Speaker, the original purpose of these debates was for us to showcase some of our work done and advocate on our constituents' behalf. We hope that the various ministers and agencies will hear our plea and make our advocacy take our advocacy into consideration when crafting their budget for the next financial year. I will raise a few issues that have affected my constituency. Mr. Speaker, we say that to be a prosperous nation, we need an educated society. One of the most vexing issues is our educational facilities and their infrastructure, mainly the Mile Gully High School and the condition of our primary schools across the constituency. Mr. Speaker, I am sorry that the Minister of Education has left the chamber. But in 2024, I too, in 2014, after making representation to Windalco Bauxite Company, we were able to get access to 40 acres of land near the current school plant for a new home for the Mile Gully High School. We have had every Minister of Education, from Ronald Thwaites to this current Minister of Education, visit the physical school plant and visit the proposed new site. The Ministry of Education has confirmed that they do have in possession the 40 acres of land that has been given by Windalco. I cannot count the number of times I have heard in sectoral presentations that the process of building a new high school will begin in that financial year. Well, Mr. Speaker, we are still nowhere near that reality. And Mr. Speaker, to hear the member from Western St. Mary, I won't say that I am jealous. No, I am jealous. I am jealous. It matters not. You have been in power for 8 years. So, right? But Mr. Speaker, the Mile Gully High School, members. Mr. Speaker, the Mile Gully High School is the only high school in the constituency of Northwest Manchester, with a capacity of 730 students. A school plant of 1,200 to 1,500 students is needed. We only have 6 habitable classrooms for the 730 students. 4 years ago, 2 buildings were condemned by the Health Department and the Ministry of Education. And let us not even mention the staff room, which leaks like a sieve. The bathrooms are not fit for the students. What we call a canteen is a joke. Neither fit for the cooking staff or the students. 2 makeshift classrooms were constructed a few years ago by teachers and students, with some materials donated by me as Member of Parliament, by the school and other interested parties. The infrastructure is not fit for a high school. It was never built for a high school. The original structure, the structure there now, Mr. Speaker, was originally built for the primary school. And the primary school was relocated to a skills training center, and the high school is still where it's at. I am again pleading to the Ministry of Education to look at the Mile Gully High School as a priority. We are desperate to hear something positive about our new school plant. Mr. Speaker, I've been trying to figure out the Ministry of Education's and the Member of Parliament's responsibilities when it comes to school infrastructure. If it is fencing, we hear, call the MP. If it is paint, call the MP. If it is canteen repairs, call the MP. If it is potholes in the schoolyard, call the MP. If the school is out of water, call the MP. If the roof is leaking, call the MP. And if the school needs a staff room, call the MP. Why are schools in rural communities treated as if they are not to be centers of learning for our children? Most of our school infrastructure has not changed over the past many decades. The classrooms are hot, the infrastructure is woefully inadequate for teachers to teach and our students to learn. And this needs to change. And I'm sure that every member of Parliament inside here get the same phone call time after time when the Ministry of Education is that ministry that has responsibility for school infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, I would like to recognize all the school boards, principals, teachers, and most of all our parents and students. Despite all the challenges, they continue to make the best of a difficult situation. The time has come to do better for education. Mr. Speaker, over the past few weeks, taxi operators and other residents have shown their frustration with the continued use of the main thoroughfare by trucks hauling bauxite from Mile Gully to our bauxite company's facility in Clarendon. The conditions of the roads, especially narrowness and when riddled with potholes, pose a danger to the traveling public, especially those who walk along the roadways. Mr. Speaker, I've had many discussions with the management of this bauxite company as far back as 5 years ago, expressing my concern about the prolonged use of the main roadway with their large and overladen trucks. And I have insisted that they developed a haul road to bypass the small town of Mile Gully, the Mile Gully Primary and High Schools, the S.L. Blake Early Childhood Institution, the Mile Gully Health Center, and many other businesses. 5 years later, no haul road has been developed. I even sought the intervention of the Minister of Agriculture and Mining. Mr. Speaker, let me make it clear. The bauxite company is not breaking any laws by using the main roadway. Various government bodies, including NEPA, have given them permission to use the Mile Gully main road all the way to Clarendon. My position, and that of many residents, is that the bauxite company should perform periodic maintenance of the roadway, including periodic debushing, while using the public thoroughfare. While we are thankful that the company may have delivered 2 greenhouses or 5 computers, I care about the safety of our children and all road users. I also care about the condition that the community will be left in once the bauxite company has extracted all the bauxite it needs, as has happened in many communities. The people will be worse off than when they how they found them. We are not rich, but we will not be left poorer. The bauxite company needs to develop the promised haul road as soon as possible. I also urge the company to have dialogue with their haulage contractor about the speed and attitude of their drivers. They too pose a danger to road users. We will not relent until that haul road is developed. Mr. Speaker, rural communities are challenged by access to proper transportation. What do I mean by this? Communities are scattered far and wide, and residents have challenges once they come off a route taxi that must drop them off at their termination point. Then they have the challenge of figuring out, how do I get home, especially if they have loads with them? What of the promised prosperity, making people's lives better? I believe in the rule of law, Mr. Speaker. As time passes, things will change, communities will change, and agencies should grow and change with our growing and changing society. Mr. Speaker, it is time that the Transport Authority looks at expanding routes in rural communities. They are quick to prosecute operators who go outside of their prescribed routes. The robots, or what we refer to as the white plates, will transport passengers from termination point to their communities. Yes, at a fee, they too will be held and prosecuted for operating without a license. Yet they are told that once their vehicles are seized, they will have to apply for a road license. Once they apply, that road license is given for a different route. In most cases, and in our case, Mile Gully to Mandeville. Not Mile Gully to Ballignor or Mile Gully to Johns Hall, which is where most of them are operating. Mr. Speaker, and why I'm raising this is because it's a 13-minute drive and an hour and a 40-minute walk from Mile Gully to Ballignor, but there's no prescribed route from Mile Gully to Ballignor. Yet we expect those residents to get home. Where is the justice? Where is the prosperity? I've written to the Transport Authority making suggestions on potential expanded routes.
Mr. Speaker, the member's time having been expired, I beg to move that it be extended by 5 minutes to allow him to complete his presentation.
The request is on the floor. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? Ayes have it. Member, you may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members. Mr. Speaker, I have written to the Transport Authority making suggestions on potential expanded routes in the constituency of Northwest Manchester. The authority had set a meeting date and asked me to reschedule it. Yet still, after years, no progress has been made on that new date. I am, and those operators are ready to sit at the table to see how best they can be regularized so that the traveling public and themselves are not treated with contempt. Mr. Speaker, it is a vexing issue because over the last few weeks, we have seen operations by the Transport Authority disguising themselves as passengers, traveling with these robot taxis, seeing the distance that these taxis have to operate, then they come out and then prosecute them, seizing their vehicles and then telling them that they need to. Instead of them trying to carry the recommendation to the Transport Authority, who they are employed to, that there needs to be expanded routes, they find more joy in prosecuting these persons. Majority of these students here that you see up here from Mile Gully Primary and high school don't live in the immediate Mile Gully environment. They live in Ballinure, they live in Greenmount, they live in Johns Hall, they live in far out communities that they can't walk from Mile Gully High School or Mile Gully Square to their home. They have to take those, is to expand the routes. That's all we're asking for. And I've written to the Transport Authority for so long, but a couple of weeks ago, they found pleasure in prosecuting some of these persons who are assisting the students and other residents. Mr. Speaker, as I close, we are only actors on the stage of life. All I want, is to ensure that I leave this world a better place. That I leave Northwest Manchester a better place. And that I leave my beloved country, Jamaica, a better place. This is my only mission. Mr. Speaker, it is a pleasure to serve the people of Northwest Manchester. But again, as I started out, and I will end now that the Minister of Education is in the House. Madam Minister, I saw the joy on your face when the member from Western St. Mary spoke about his new schools and the many school infrastructure that will be taking place in Western St. Mary. I too would like to say thank you. You have mentioned the Mile Gully High School on multiple occasions. The time has come for us to get that new high school for Mile Gully and the constituency of Northwest Manchester. Mr. Speaker, it is the people's time. We are here to serve the people. And I want to thank you, Mr. Speaker, and my colleagues for this opportunity. May God continue to bless Jamaica and my constituency of Northwest Manchester.
House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, as we had indicated, I now move that you revert to the order paper and to have the Minister of Health and Wellness make his statement.
The request is on the floor. Those in favor? Those against, the ayes have it. We will now move to statement by Minister. Minister Tufton. Can we have the copies of your presentation?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I want to just use the opportunity, given I didn't speak before, to also commend and wish the best of luck to my colleague, Minister of Finance, Nigel Clark. And to my colleagues who are coming after me at this hour, I apologize for the intervention, because I know state of the constituency is very important and special to elected members. But, Mr. Speaker, colleagues, I have been on a break for nearly 2 months from this House, up until recently, and the circumstances are well known. Had an unfortunate accident, and I wanted to use this opportunity to give an update. My team and I, and subject to Cabinet's approval, on what has transpired during the course of that absence from this House. I want to ensure that we continue to demonstrate respect for the House, for the colleagues who are here, and of course for those we represent in public health. I must give God thanks, first of all, for his continued guidance over my life and to have spared me from this tragic outcome. And I must say, Mr. Speaker, colleagues, I have a renewed level of respect for those who are physically challenged. One could argue the disabled, because I had that experience to be in that position for a couple of months at least, as a matter of fact, still recuperating. And it is a challenge in more ways than one. And as Minister of Health, I want to renew my commitment to helping that community, whether it's temporary or permanent. Mr. Speaker, today I want to give an update, as I said, due to that long hiatus. And as noted in my sectoral presentation, Mr. Speaker, there are a number of transformational initiatives that were taken on, have been taken on by public health. And these are guided by the 2030 10-year strategic plan that, among other things, seeks to improve primary healthcare delivery, to increase the use of technology to address the crisis of NCDs, improve the infrastructure through innovation, modernization, and new construction and rehabilitation, and to create sustainable strategies to mitigate the human resource for health issues that are affecting Jamaica. Mr. Speaker, we are well on our way to achieving that, and over the last 2 to 3 months, a number of initiatives have been advanced. And it's interesting, it wasn't planned this way, but yesterday, the opposition weighed in on the state of public health through its spokesperson, and a number of things have been said. No, I said it didn't happen for that reason. This was always planned. But it's good timing on their part that they commented, because some of the charges and counter charges that were made against public health and the servants of public health and the cabinet and government of Jamaica are quite unfortunate, not to mention the fact that they are inaccurate. A lot of innuendos, a lot of assumptions, some very extreme positions, and it says a lot about the mindset of that organization if those words represent the mindset of that organization. Mr. Speaker, the reality is that our healthcare system has not been given the level of resources and attention over many, many decades. And in fact, the very member who leads in these conversations on that side. Himself in 2015, when he was president of the Jamaica Medical Doctors Association, state, and it was carried extensively in the media, so, right, that he, as a surgeon, had to wear garbage bags as personal protective gear in order to conduct surgery within the health system. I can say, Mr. Speaker, in 2015, that's what he said during that day. We took over in 2016, that no surgeon today needs to wear a garbage bag in order to get personal protective equipment to conduct a surgery in the public health system. And even if there is a periodic shortage, it's probably around logistics, not because it is not available. And so if you were to use that reference as a starting point, 2015 or 2016, Mr. Speaker, we have come a very long way, and the Jamaican people are a lot better off today. So when I hear the hyperbolic type of description around crisis and tipping point, Mr. Speaker, it really, to my mind, suggests a lot of delusional comments by someone or some persons who are desperate and are exploiting desperation for political advantage, which is very unfortunate because health is one of those areas that we shouldn't seek to exploit, as is the case, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, we have inherited a lot of the issues, but we are making progress. In fact, the largest investment in healthcare since 1962 has taken place over the last 8 years under this Andrew Holness administration. $35 billion in active projects being implemented, Mr. Speaker. That's not a crisis. That is looking forward and not looking backward. That is making progress. And I'd be happy to share some of the specifics around that in the context of what has transpired over the last number of months. So Cornwall Regional is a talking point. And I want to give a quick update on that. In phase 1, the water infiltration that affected the building and caused the growth of mold, based on lack of maintenance for probably 2 decades before that, Mr. Speaker, this government decided to address in no uncertain terms. And so we addressed the water infiltration in the first phase. We repaired and placed in a new roof. Phase 2, we have had to address the structural integrity of the building, removing components of the building and repairing the supporting structure that has been compromised by water. In 2024, we launched the final phase, phase 3 of the project, that is to realize the full rehabilitation of the building. This is being done, Mr. Speaker, in sections. The first sections of the building to be rehabilitated is the administrative block, with staff being able to be accommodated by this Christmas. In other words, we will begin to move back into that building before the end of this year, Mr. Speaker, in a phased way, and that's an achievement, that's an accomplishment after a lot of work. By April of 2025, the Medical Records Department, the General Stores, the Dietary Department, and the server rooms will be fully rehabilitated and operational, Mr. Speaker, hence showing the phased approach to rehabilitation. These areas are critical, this is a justification, to the proper functioning of the hospital and are being prioritized to ensure that when the full hospital operations are restarted, they can provide the appropriate support to patients and staff in the facility. So this is a critical starting point. Mr. Speaker, I've also been advised by the contractors that the next section of the building to be rehabilitated is the Accident and Emergency Unit that we hope to be fully equipped with new CT and MRI machines as a brand new amenity to support the work of the staff of the A&E. So we're expecting that by the end of the first quarter of next financial year, mid-year that is, the new A&E will be commissioned at Cornwall Regional Hospital, and it will be an absolutely brand new facility, including new equipment, Mr. Speaker. And I want to just segue a little bit about that equipment issue, because one of the comments that was made yesterday around equipment was that somehow this administration, this government, is involved in purchasing substandard equipment. Now, I am not sure where that statement originated, but I want to remind the opposition that there is a procurement process in law that determines how procurement takes place, including of equipment. And I want to reassure the member, because it may be a case of ignorance as opposed to a case of mischief, and I prefer to give the benefit of the doubt, that that procurement process was held through from start to finish, and we can provide specifics on that if necessary, but I want to advocate that principle, which resulted in the equipment, and indeed, most, if not all of the equipment that currently are procured or secured or purchased for our public health facilities. We don't vary from that. So it's advertised, people bid based on what is required. There's an evaluation that takes place. It goes to a committee that is independent of the ministry ultimately, and a decision is made, and in so doing, the equipment is secure. Now, I'm not sure how one could leap from there to suggest that somehow substandard equipments have been made. And in that same breath, the assumption or the leap, the giant leap from a public procurement process involving equipment to a term rapacious capitalism is rather sad, Mr. Speaker. And you know, what's interesting about it, and it's not my job to be critical of individuals and their ambitions, is that the very same person who is advocating rapacious capitalism is the individual who left the public health system as an SMO to establish his own hospital, private institution, in order to pursue the market forces in order for his own livelihood, which I don't have a problem with, because unlike them on that side who seem to have a problem with it, we over here believe in the market as an efficient determination of how resources are allocated. And indeed, I go further by saying it's a dangerous posture to take, and the people of Jamaica should be aware, as much as the private sector and capitalism, his words, have its faults, socialism and planned economy is a far more imperfect and create far more challenges. And we're not going back there. I don't think the people of Jamaica wants that. Because I don't know if the member is suggesting that we should therefore now handpick and select who provides what services to the system. That is not going to happen. And indeed, it's against the rules so to do, unless in emergency cases. Mr. Speaker, we have now reached the final stages of the Western Child and Adolescent Hospital.
Mr. Speaker, the members' time for speaking having expired, I beg to move that be extended by 10 minutes to allow him to complete. Yes.
The request is on the floor. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Member.
Under normal circumstances, I'd read directly from the script, but I've had to be distracted by some of the comments that were made. No, yesterday. No, that's not why. But let me just continue in the interest of time, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Western Child and Adolescent Hospital is on track to be opened officially by the Western Regional Authority by mid-next year, between May and June. That's an additional 250 beds, fully equipped. We expect to hire in the first phase over 300 new healthcare workers, and that will become the only children and adolescent hospital in the Caribbean. That's not a health system in crisis. That's a health system that's moving forward, Mr. Speaker. And I'm pleased with the team and the work that they have been doing, including all the new equipment that will populate that facility. Mr. Speaker, when that is finished, just to respond to the negativity and the pessimism, it will mean that at that location there will be 800 beds in 2 towers, 1 8th floor, 1 10th, and every single piece of equipment will be new in that facility, making it the highest concentration of hospital beds anywhere in the Caribbean, Mr. Speaker. That is progress. That's not a crisis. And I think the people of Jamaica will benefit significantly from this, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in 2023, I tabled a primary healthcare reform paper that outlines strategic actions around modernizing our primary healthcare system. I'm pleased to announce that over the last number of months, we have seen significant improvement and modernization, in some cases brand new facilities being commissioned. The Buff Bay Health Center, the Adelphi Health Center, the Port Morant Health Center, and Arcadia Health Center. These facilities now meet the new primary healthcare services standard that includes more services, more patients being dealt with, more doctors and nurses, Mr. Speaker. Another very important part of progress that has been made over the last few months. The University Hospital of the West Indies, we made a commitment that we were going to expand and reroute the ring road in order to facilitate a new building. Pleased to announce that over the last number of months, the contract was awarded through a competitive tendering process. And if you go to that location now, you will see the new car park being constructed and the reroute ring road under construction of a total of $278 million. Now, next year, the intention is to continue to market in order to begin the process of constructing a new 6th-floor building to modernize the University Hospital of the West Indies. We also announced a program called Operation Refresh, where we committed through the National Health Fund and the Ministry of Health and Wellness some $1 billion to upgrade and to refresh our primary healthcare facilities. We took the position that we need to enhance customer service. A number of those health facilities are already being impacted. Just to name, Mr. Speaker, a few, well, at least the resources, some $45 million has been spent, and it includes new waiting area, air conditioning waiting areas, more doctor's office, clean bathrooms, a kitchen, and in some instances even a conference room. The Catherine Hall Health Center in West Central St. James was the last one I commissioned, and if you go to that location now, the people are happy. Not just the people being served, but the people working there. That process is going to continue, Mr. Speaker. Under the European Union IDB health system strengthening, a few weeks ago, I signed one of the largest contracts, a process that went through a procurement process, I have to emphasize, based on this loose talk about corruption, that involved the IDB as well as our local process, with a value of some $930 million in member Warmington's constituency in Old Harbour, where we are totally modernizing the primary healthcare system for the people of Old Harbour and its surroundings. That's not a crisis. That's progress in the making, coming from where we were some years ago. In another few weeks, Mr. Speaker, we are going to see a similar groundbreaking at St. Diego Health Center beside the Spanish Town Hospital, as well as in Portmore, Mr. Speaker. All told, $1.7 billion or 10 million euros being spent on those healthcare facilities, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, information technology. A lot has happened over the last 2 to 3 months because we have embraced this idea of technology being the critical part of service delivery, modernizing our infrastructure with technology. And just to remind this House that I had announced that Cable and Wireless had been awarded a contract to upgrade the ICT infrastructure of the ministry, affecting 104 health facilities across the island at a cost of some $8.4 million US. I'm happy to announce that by September, as of September 30th, 88% or 91 health facilities are now equipped with internet access, Wi-Fi, and computers, Mr. Speaker. We have also established health data center that is housed at eGov Jamaica with a redundant relocation in the southern region of the island. This data center, with its current capacity, can support the technology needs of the next stage of health transformation. In other words, 91 health centers to date, based on the award of that contract, have been given all the technological platform necessary for internet access and for data to be transmitted from one place to the next. That's progress. We are modernizing our health infrastructure, and I believe, of course, that the people of Jamaica will benefit significantly from this. Health information system, we have 13 pilot facilities that are now being marshaled, Mr. Speaker. In fact, if you go to Spanish Town Hospital now, or Maypen Hospital, you register by computer, the data is transmitted to the doctor's office, the doctor brings it up. If you are an inpatient, the data is transmitted to the wards. No need anymore for files to be taken from one location to the next. Increasing the time, lowering the time for serving a patient, and of course, diagnosing and treating in a much more efficient way. Mr. Speaker, that's not going back, that's going forward. That is modernizing our health system, which clearly those who are detractors don't appreciate, understand, or refuse to accept, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I could go on, but I'm watching the time. But we announced programs over the last few months that have been doing well. Our Second Chance Smiles. We have seen over 50,000 Jamaicans, after announcing that program, going to an oral health clinic somewhere in Jamaica, getting measured up because they lost a tooth or teeth, and the public health system have replaced that missing tooth or teeth with dentures, which allows persons to have a second chance of smiling, which affects their economic impact in life. That program is working, and there are a lot of happy persons who enjoy that program. The New Limb, New Life program, we have seen 71 Jamaicans at a cost of 32 million benefiting from that. And I want to really, and I believe members on that side are going to be happy because they tend to take claim for this relationship. But the Cuba-Jamaica Eye program, I went there today. I went to St. Joseph's Hospital, and I looked at the data, and I really had to bring it here and comment on it. September last year, not this past one, last year, we resumed the Cuba Eye Care program with a renewed focus and a restructuring. We have 17 optometrists or ophthalmologists who are here with their support team. And we have 5 local players, so 22 in all. Between September last year and September this year, that team at St. Joseph's and at the Kingston Public Hospital have done 21,822 case consultations, which includes retina consultation, general consultation, post-operation reviews. They have scheduled 2,936 cases for operation or surgeries. A total of 1,847 were completed, 1,192 cataract, some 773 cases had to be rescheduled due to particular issues with the patient, hypertension or so on, so they have to be treated, and over 1,240 diabetic retinopathy laser treatment were completed, 852 at KPH and some 394 at St. Joseph Hospital. Mr. Speaker, this program, and I'll close shortly, this program, with your permission, do I need to sit again?
You may continue to.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Speaker, this Cuba IK program has come back new and improved and has resulted in thousands of Jamaicans benefited. The ambassador is here. I can't see him, unfortunately, but I want to just salute the ambassador, and I want the House to join me in thanking the people of Cuba for the efforts under this program. And I have not yet mentioned the fact that we have well over 400 other healthcare providers who are here in our hospital system. Well, maybe those who speak doom and gloom should recognize the success of the program, because they talk as if nothing is happening. Anyway, let me continue. Mr. Speaker, I want to close.
Minister, members, allow the minister to finish. He has already gone over the time. If you continue to behave like that, then he's going to take a longer time. You may continue.
Mr. Speaker, I want to just close by saying that during the 2 to 3 months of my absence, the team the team led by, of course, the Permanent Secretary, Chief Medical Officer, as well as my remote access through technology, and of course the Cabinet of Jamaica led by Prime Minister Andrew Holness, continued on the journey that we have set out in public health. And, you know, it is, and this is an update of that, given the 3 month not being here. I want to thank the host for listening, but I think it should be a matter of record. But it is what it is, and I just want to say, we appreciate criticisms. I do. I have never frowned on a constructive critique of what is being done. At no point have we said the system was perfect. But what I will say is that the system is better today than it was 8 years ago. And I think those who exaggerate and get into this sort of extreme posture while accusing the men and women of public health, because when you talk about the procurement process and corruption and so on, it's not me you're accusing. I've never been involved in a procurement process. It is the same health workers who are involved in that process. You know, it really is unfortunate, and one must be careful that in seeking state power, we do not damage the very system that we are hoping to preside over. As unlikely as that is, the fact is it is a bad thing. And so I want to just take the opportunity to say to the Jamaican people that we have challenges, but we don't have a crisis. And we will continue to build, to expand, and to serve all of the Jamaican people, despite the distractors and some of the extreme positions here. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member from Southeastern St. Andrew.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Despite the minister's protestations to the contrary, it appears that this statement really was in response to comments made a couple days ago. Mr. Speaker, I want to start where the minister ended by extending my own thanks to the government and people of the Republic of Cuba for their continued support and assistance to the people of Jamaica. And in spite of your own difficulties, which we are aware of, you continue to support us in education, in healthcare, in sports. And we thank you for, on behalf of those recipients, for that. Mr. Speaker, I have a specific question related to Cornwall Regional. Can the minister tell the House what is the projected cost to complete the work at Cornwall Regional? He has indicated the phases that we're in, when we should complete it. Can he indicate the projected cost? And I would say, again, despite his protestations, the comments, the issues over the last couple of days, Minister, arose from comments you made, which the workers in the health sector took offense to, right, in relation to issues within the sector and what they perceived to be your passing the buck to them. That is how those issues actually arose, quite frankly. And whether that was intentional on your part, they reacted negatively. The JMDA, they wore black for one day in solidarity with their colleagues who felt they were being blamed for a particular issue at Bustamante. So it is important. Words are important. Whether we intend it to be conveyed in a particular way, it's important that those people who are on the line sacrificing under difficult circumstances don't believe that they are being faulted for issues which may be beyond their control. But my specific question is in relation to Cornwall Regional.
Thanks to the member for his questions. I'll be quick. As of now, I know of no variation from what has been discussed in the budget presentation in terms of projected spend. We have spent about $5 billion to date. We have not spent the $20+ billion that has been bandied about as a final spend. There is a conversation taking place now around taxes, which is not complete, which has to be dealt with at the level of cabinet, and whether or not some of these things coming in will attract a certain level of tax. But the cost, as of now, is still at the at the number where it was as a projection over the next year and a half or so. I don't have the specifics of exactly, but it was 20+ billion overall, projected with 5 billion already spent. I just want to say that my comments, just to clarify, at no point blamed any doctor or any nurse for the challenges. And I can see why it would have been jumped on and political advantage taken of it, given the season. But that's exactly what happened. My comments were a frank assessment that we have gone so far as a government where we have moved a budget from 60 billion to 140 billion, where people don't have to wear garbage bags to the surgery anymore, as some have admitted that they had to in the past. Okay? And however, we need now to fix the people coordination of the system. In fact, I quote what I said. I said there are systemic challenges that are either linked to management or leadership, and we need to identify them and fix them. I tell you one other thing as it relates to that particular hospital, and that is this situation, re the air conditioning unit. The management, in fairness to them, had for 5 to 6 months, had a contract with a private provider to fix the air conditioning system. It wasn't a money issue, which is why I said it's not a money issue. The entity failed to fix the system. They had to terminate the contract at the end of 6 months and hire a new firm in order to fix it. So this is a case where management was willing and the resources were available and a contract was issued, but the private provider of that service was not able to deliver. And I can give you the details of that because I have the details. In fact, it's almost incredulous that what was being asked for by that provider, given the cost of that job. So we're going to have to find a way to coordinate to achieve the transformation that is really required. Having spent so much money in order to improve buildings, to get new equipment, we're going to have to change the way we do things. And I don't resile from that. And that involves management and leadership. And yes, there are people in the clinical area that have providing management, the SMOs in a hospital, and there are civilians who provide administrative management. They have to be part of the solution. But I never broad brushed the entire fraternity or accused any doctors of such. So it was a misinterpretation or indeed an attempt at mischief for political gain.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Minister has said that we don't have a money issue, and it is in that regard I wish to ask, first, the Minister, are there any suppliers owed across the 4 regions? If you could just give us an update on whether or not all bills are up to date. If you could also indicate, in terms of your maintenance budget, what has been approved for this year that was, you would have tendered a budget, and we would like to know whether or not that has been settled, satisfied. In relation to the University Hospital of the West Indies, if you could state how many of the operating theaters are in fact in operation, and why some might not be. I think those are my questions.
Mr. Speaker, the issue of outstanding amounts to suppliers is not unusual. Indeed, I don't think there's an entity in Jamaica in the public or private sector who either doesn't give credit or indeed where due dates are passed where suppliers are not paid. There are, so the answer to your question is it would be folly to suggest that people aren't owed monies. The question is how much and for how long. And where it is beyond a certain point and it is brought to my attention, it is dealt with. I mean, I don't preside over this process in specific terms, but from time to time, it is brought to my attention. And that includes some of the very suppliers that we are critical of in terms of the refrigeration and air conditioning system. What I know is that the ministry manages some of those relationships and the regional authority manages some of those relationships. And the resources that are available for expenditure on these projects are far more today than they were 8 years ago. And that is a fact, as reflected in the budget, from 60 billion to 140 billion. As it relates to UHWI, I can't say how many operating theaters are non-functional as opposed to functional. As I have not gotten any complaints, and UE, I think, has operated credibly. What I'll say as a general statement is that operating theaters go down from time to time. Part of my frustration with the Bustamante Hospital for Children issue was that you have an operating theater that has a particular problem and a willingness of management to fix that problem, and that problem has not been fixed because the supplier failed to repair. And that is not the only hospital that has that problem. Victoria Jubilee has a similar thing at the ICU maternal unit, as well as Sub Hospital in the A&E. So we have to find a way to get some of these private suppliers to improve their capacity and to be able to adjust their approach to ensure that when they enter into contractual arrangements, they deliver. Otherwise, the upgrades that are taking place may add to naught, and that is what I'm guarding against as the Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, just for clarity, as I understand what you have said, one is that there's no shortage of money to provide the requisite services and equipment in the system. Take that as such. My further understanding from the Ministry of Finance is that no agency is permitted to procure goods or services unless there's budgetary allocation to support that procurement. Against that background, no one should have provided services or goods to the ministry agencies and not get paid because money is there. If such a claim is made that they are not being paid, could you then provide to this House the current level of arrears for payments of goods and services in the ministry, given that there are certain periods? Provide us with that information for the sake of transparency.
Mr. Speaker, there's a lot of mischief in that line of questioning, and I'm not going to agree with those assumptions that you have made. First of all, I want to just clarify that statement about not a shortage of money, because in the context of my referencing what happened at Bustamante, there seems to be an interpretation that somehow money is unlimited. I don't think any government or any budget can support unlimited availability of funds, and if that was the interpretation, let me caution against that. What I will say is that these challenges around air conditioning and refrigeration in particular, as well as some of the others dealing with equipment, funds are available once the problem is dealt with, is managed. And that was the point I'm making. We have more access to funds now than certainly any other time prior to the last 8 years. Now, funds have to be directed based on priority. During COVID, a lot of those funds were directed to COVID, and I think that's reasonable and understandable. So that's clarity that is important to be made. Now, the question about whether or not we spend resources that we don't have or commit, I never said that either. So don't put words in my mouth or make an assumption. No, you said, or you can clarify what you said. You can clarify. What I will say is that, as you know, the budgetary process is scheduled in terms of how resources are allocated. So I can't tell you that X dollars was spent through a regional authority or the ministry, which is allowed based on the budgetary allocation at the beginning of a financial year. But because of how funds are released, as you know, periodically, which includes also supplementary estimates, that those funds are not going to be available. It's a matter of timing and how they are made available. And I know you know the system well enough to know that that is the case. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Members, we are taking a last question to the minister now because time has far spent. We still have some visitors with us, member. We still have some visitors with us that we need to move on for them to get out of here because we gave them a time and they have been sitting here for some other time. So please, get to the question and let us move on.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, it's not fair for you to ascribe your interpretation. The question I asked was very clear. Don't ascribe any motive to my question. We have been told numerous times at the PAC by the Ministry of Finance how the procurement process works. I ask you the questions against that background. I don't have any ulterior motives. They're very straight questions in keeping what government procurement process is. So I just want you to provide those answers accordingly. Can you, Minister?
Seconds, in 10 seconds, Mr. Speaker, recognizing your time issues. I have to interpret the questions you ask, and I have responded based on my interpretation. I'm saying to you that the budgetary process allocates and schedules allocation. That is standard. Everybody knows that. And so commitment around those in terms of spend is a function of that, and in terms of payment, I would assume. But sometimes also you have emergencies, so there's a contingency. You have emergencies, there's a contingency. But what I'm prepared to say more often than not, now, today, based on my assessment as a chief policymaker who asked for reports, a lot of the fix in our healthcare institutions, equipment, air conditioning unit, and so on, is less a function of funds and availability of funds, and more a function of how the process is managed. And indeed, that management includes the supplier's capacity to provide the service. And that is something we need to fix. And that's why I spoke to the systemic failures, which we now have to correct in order to advance the benefits that the expenditure is providing for public health under this government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Announcement.
Laid on the table of the House are the following: an annual report and audited financial statements of the Company's Office of Jamaica for the financial years 2016-2017 and 2017-2018, annual report and audited financial statements of the Registrar General's Department for the financial year 2021-2022, annual report and audited financial statements of the Broadcasting Commission for the financial year 2023-2024, annual report and audited financial statements of the Fair Trading Commission for the financial years 2016-2017 and 2017-2018, annual reports of the Office of Utilities Regulation for the financial year 2023-2024 and its related ministry paper numbered 77 of 2024, annual report of the Management Institute for National Development for the financial year 2023-2024 and its related ministry paper numbered 78 of 2024, Auditor General's Department examination of the components of the fiscal policy paper for the financial year 2024-2025 interim report, Indicom quarterly reports for quarter 4 of 2023, October to December 2023, quarter 1 of 2024, January to March 2024, and quarter 2 of 2024, April to June 2024. The Auditor General's Department certified appropriation accounts, head 19,000 recurrent, read the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation for the year 2021-2022. The Jamaica Gazette Supplement Proclamations, Rules and Regulations 2571, volume 147, dated Friday, October 25, 2024, number 408, enclosing, the Constitution of Jamaica. the Jamaica Gazette Supplement Proclamations, Rules and Regulations 2575, Volume 147, dated Friday, October 25, 2024, number 409, enclosing the emergency powers specified areas in the parishes of Kingston and St. Andrew, Regulations 2024, under the Emergency Powers Act.
Notice of motion given orally. Question and, sorry.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I will move to introduce and have read a first time a bill shortly entitled the Trade Amendment Act 2024.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I will move. Whereas Section 33 of the Representation of the People Act specified that the poll shall be taken in each polling station between the hours of 7 o'clock in the forenoon and 5 o'clock in the afternoon. And whereas there are many changes to the circumstances which influence the setting of the time for polling, and whereas we are now in an electronic age, be it resolved that Section 33 of the Representation of People Act be amended, allowing the time for polling on election day to be between the hours of 7 in the forenoon and 6 in the afternoon. Mr. Speaker, I will further move. Whereas Section 41A, subsection 1 of the Representation of People Act specify that every candidate in an election may appoint such persons as he thinks fit to be outdoor agent, and shall issue to any such outdoor agent appointed by him a certification of appointment in the prescribed form specifying the polling station in respect of which the agent is appointed. And whereas in many cases returning officers, election day workers, auxiliary or one-day police, and members of security forces have prevented these said agents from effectively carrying out the function for which they were appointed. And whereas the reason given is that these agents cannot be on the compound where the polling is being conducted, and in other cases that these agents must be hundreds of meters away from the polling station. And whereas Section 77, subsection 1 of Representation of People Act does not apply to outdoor agents, and whereas Section 41A, subsection 3 of the Representation of People Act specify the distance of the outdoor agent to be not less than 20 yards from the polling station, and whereby no agent can carry out the function for which he or she was appointed, being such distance from the polling is being where the polling being conducted. Be it resolved that Section 41A, subsection 1 of the Representation of People Act be amended to allow the persons appointed by the candidate as his agent to be within the precincts and closer than 20 yards to the polling station as now specified, so that the agent will be able to carry out the duties for which the agent was appointed. Mr. Speaker, I will further move. Whereas Section 35, subsection 3 of Representation of People Act states that the elector shall forthwith enter the enclosed area of the polling center, so provided, and there make a cross with a black lead pencil within space containing the name of the candidate of his choice. And whereas there are other implements other than a black lead pencil that can also effect such mark for the candidate of one's choice. And whereas there are other marks other than a cross that an elector may make in the space containing the name of the candidate of one's choice, be it resolved that its Honorable House take the necessary action to have the appropriate amendment done to Section 35, subsection 3 of Representation of the People Act to provide that any implement that an elector finds appropriate or convenient to use to mark the required mark shall be lawful. And be it further resolved that further amendments be made to the said Section 35, subsection 3 of the Representation of People Act to make any mark on the ballot by an elector in the space contained the name of the candidate of his choice or the intent of the elector can be discerned shall be valid and not limited to a cross. I will further move, Mr. Speaker, whereas Section 44, subsection 3 of Representation of People's Act states if, in the course of counting the votes, any ballot paper is found with the counterfoil still attached thereto, the presiding officer shall, carefully concealing the numbers thereon from all persons present, and without examining them himself, remove and destroy such counterfoil. He shall not reject the ballot merely by reason of his former failure to remove the counterfoil. Be it resolved that this section be amended to add, or the counterfoil having been removed above or below the perforated line. Mr. Speaker, we further move. Whereas paragraph 1, subsection 1 of the first schedule of Electoral Commission Interim Act states, the commission shall consist of 9 members, which includes the Director of Election. And whereas paragraph 1, subsection C makes the Director of Election eligible to vote at meetings of the commission. And whereas in its report dated October 1, 2008, submitted to Parliament, the Electoral Commission appeared to suggest that the Director of Election should not be eligible to vote. Be it resolved that Parliament takes immediate action to amend paragraph 1, subsection 1 of the first schedule of Electoral Commission Interim Act so that the Director of Election will no longer be a commissioner and eligible to vote. I will further move, Mr. Speaker. Whereas section 7, subsection 3 of the first schedule of Electoral Commission Interim Act 2006 provides for members of the Electoral Commission to be paid emolument equal to that of a puisne judge. And whereas Parliament amended this provision, provide an emolument for the chairman of the commission equal to that of a senior puisne judge. And whereas the commissioners have established a most generous pension, gratuity, and retirement benefit scheme for themselves because of Section 10, subsection 1 of the Electoral Commission Interim Act 2006, and whereas Section 7, subsection 2 of the first schedule of the Electoral Commission Interim Act 2006 was for the commissioners to be employed on a full-time basis. And whereas the commissioners meet only on a part-time basis, averaging 4 hours per month, and when there are no election or enumeration, they do not meet for up to 3 months. And whereas the tasks being performed by the commissioners can in no way compare to that being performed by puisne judges or senior puisne judges, who have to work long hours doing extensive researches, trials, among other duties. And whereas those persons who serve on other government commissions, example, the Police Service Commission, the Civil Service Commission, among others, do not receive a generous package as those serving on the Electoral Commission. And whereas there are many unfortunate Jamaicans who have to work up to 70 hours a week at minimum wage just to meet the basic needs of their families, and others are living in abject poverty. Be it resolved that His Honorable House amend the Electoral Commission Act, Interim Act 2006 by deleting Section 10, subsection 1, and Section 7, subsection 2, Section 7, subsection 3, and Section 7, subsection 4 of the first schedule of the said Act 2006. And be it further resolved that the emolument to be paid to commissioners be commensurate with the part-time job they now perform, and in light with that paid to members of other government commissions and members serving on government boards. Amen. And be it further resolved that the wig and robe allowances now being paid to commissioners be discontinued. Yes. Mr. Speaker, I will further move. Yes. Whereas there are special provisions provided to teachers to be actively involved in political activities, and whereas these provisions allow teachers to participate in national election as candidates, and where these provisions are not extended to other government-employed workers, be it resolved that the necessary amendment be done to the laws to provide that all other government-employed workers enjoy the same privilege extended to teachers to contest national election, or in the alternative, the teachers be treated as all other government employed workers as it relates to contesting national elections. Mr. Speaker, I want to ask that Section 23 of the subsection 2 of the standing order be observed as it relates to these private members' motion I move today. I will insist, going on, that Section 23, subsection 2 be applied.
Member from Central, St. Catherine East Central, you now have the floor.
Mr. Speaker.
Mike.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I will move the following motion. Whereas this Honourable House, on the past 15 occasions, approved a motion in support of Cuba's resolution submitted in the United Nations General Assembly entitled Necessity of Ending the Economic, Commercial and Financial Embargo imposed by the United States of America against Cuba. And whereas the 62-year-old policy of economic blockade remains in place despite the fact that 187 members of the United Nations, including Jamaica, representing the vast majority of the international community, voted last year in favor of the resolution, and whereas there are no formal and normal banking relations between Cuba and the United States, with implications for relations with the international banking system, and whereas the restrictions on Cuba's international financial transactions, including those with multinational organizations for cooperation with the island, have intensified with the implementation of the blockade policy. And whereas, despite the re-establishment of diplomatic relations in 2015, tourism from the United Nations to Cuba effectively remains illegal, with limited flights to only the capital city, Havana, and hotels also remain off limits under United States restrictions on patronizing companies linked to Cuba's military or security services. And whereas the United States government tightened the blockade against Cuba with amendments to the Cuban Assets Control Regulations to impose increased restrictions on travel, the processing of remittances, and hotel accommodation properties in 2019 and 2020. And whereas the United States on May 15, 2024, removed Cuba from its list of countries not cooperating fully in its fight against terrorism, while simultaneously maintaining the country's designation as a state sponsor of terrorism, which has grave implications on how third states engage with Cuba on developmental aid, trade, international cooperation on transnational organized crime, and technical assistance. And whereas it is welcome that the United States government has announced plans to remove the limit on family remittances to authorize remittances to non-family members sent to Cuba, to increase flights to Havana and extend flights to other cities, to allow American groups to visit on educational trips, and to relaunch the Cuban Family Reunification Parole Program. And whereas the limited ease of restrictions does not change the existing blockade, which, in its essence and its aims, constitutes an act of unilateral aggression and represents a transgression of the right to peace, development, and security of a sovereign state, as well as a permanent threat to the stability of a member state of the United Nations. And whereas the blockade represents a violation of international law and is contrary to the purpose and principles of the United Nations Charter and to the norms governing international trade and the freedom of navigation. And whereas international humanitarian law prohibits any embargo on raw materials for food and medicine, even in wartime, and Cuba continues to be unable to trade even food and medicine with subsidiaries of the United States companies in third-party countries. And whereas the United States has broadened the restricted list of Cuban entities and sub-entities that are the object of additional tax actions due to blockade regulations. And whereas the continuation of the blockade during the pandemic has worsened the impact of the embargo, in particular with efforts to procure vaccines and material for producing its own vaccines, which are the very best way for recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic rather. And whereas the economic, commercial, and financial blockade constitutes the principal obstacle for the development of the Cuban economy and hinders the implementation of the country's national plan for economic and social development, as well as the United Nations Agenda 2030 and its Sustainable Development Goals. And whereas Jamaica's national interests are concerned with the impact of the continuation of the blockade and the extraterritorial application of United States laws regulating transactions between Jamaica and Cuba directly and indirectly. And whereas governments committed to the norms of the multilateral trading system, to the freedom of trade and navigation, to the principles of the Charter of the United Nations, to international law, and to the rejection of extraterritorial application of a national law, voted again on Thursday, the 3rd of November 2022, in favor of the resolution at the United Nations General Assembly. Be it resolved that this Honourable House expresses itself on the morality, legality, and desirability of this decades-old blockade against Cuba and call for the renewed dialogue between the United States and Cuba and for the lifting of the United States embargo against Cuba. Mr. Speaker, I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I will move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take this motion.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I will move to introduce and have read a first time a bill shortly entitled The Representation of the People's Amendment Act 2024.
Question and answers to questions. Motion that may be made at the commencement of public business requiring notice. Motion relating to the sitting of the House. Motion for the leave to introduce bills. Presentation of the bills without leave of the House first obtained. Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I now move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to introduce and have read a first time a bill shortly entitled the Trade Amendment Act 2024.
Public business. Sorry. Presentation of bills. Sorry, long day. The question is that the standing order be suspended to allow the minister to take the first reading of the bill, shortly entitled the Trade Amendment Act 2024. Those in favor? Those against, the ayes have it. Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that a bill shortly entitled the Trade Amendment Act 2024 be read a first time.
A bill shortly entitled the Trade Amendment Act 2024. Read a first time.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to give notice of second reading of the bill. Mr. Speaker, I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I will move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take second reading of the bill and to take it through all its concluding stages.
Public business.
Mr. Speaker, on public business, the matters that are dealt with earlier with regards to the motions will all be taken, and I would ask in the following order. The matter in relation to the Cuban embargo will be taken first, and then the recommitment of the constituency debate will then pursue, with the speakers being the member from St. Elizabeth South Eastern and the member from Manchester Southern. And then after, the bill with regards to the Trade Act will be taken and debated to its conclusion. May it please you, Mr. Speaker.
The request is on the floor. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I now move for the suspension of standing orders to enable me to take the motion, notice of which I gave earlier.
The question is for the standing order to be suspended to enable the minister to take the second reading of the bill, notice of which he gave earlier, and also for him to take it through all its concluding stages. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. The motion, sorry. The motion is on the floor. For those in favor? Aye. Those against?
Just for good order, the motion in regards to the embargo against Cuba, I indicated that we should take first. So with your kind consent, we would ask that that motion be taken, and indeed it is a motion. May it please you.
The request is on the floor. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, before I commence the debate on this motion, might I turn the attention of the House to the presence of His Excellency Fermin Sanchez, who has served as the Cuban ambassador to Jamaica since January 22nd, and his delegation from the island state of Cuba, who are before us in the House today. Mr. Speaker, over the last few years, I have had the distinct honor of raising this motion before the House in support of our brothers and sisters who live in Cuba, who suffer the horrors of this illegal trade embargo. Mr. Speaker, Jamaica and Cuba have a long-established and active relationship that has seen us benefiting mutually. Over the years, this relationship has seen us cooperating across several sectors: security, migration, health, education, construction, economics, and science. There's also been cooperation in other areas, including agriculture, culture, sports, and tourism. Mr. Speaker, the Jamaica-Cuban relations are based on mutual respect for sovereignty, the non-intervention and non-interference in the internal affairs of states, and strong people-to-people connection. Jamaica, and by extension, the other CARICOM countries, have consistently advocated and supported the calls in the regional, hemispheric, and international fora for the lifting of the unilateral application of economic sanctions and other punitive measures against Cuba. Jamaica and Cuba, notwithstanding the embargo, continue to work closely in regional and hemispheric fora, such as the Caribbean Community, the Association of American States, and the Community of Latin American and Caribbean States. At the multilateral level, particularly at the United Nations, Jamaica and the rest of CARICOM continue to stand in solidarity with Cuba in the call to end the ongoing economic, commercial, and financial embargo imposed against Cuba. Mr. Speaker, it is important that we take this particular motion today having regard to the fact that tomorrow, the 30th of October 2024, the United Nations General Assembly will once again vote on the resolution, and that Jamaica's permanent representative to the United Nations will, as is customary, demonstrate Jamaica's solidarity with Cuba through a statement during the debate. I want to assure Ambassador and the people of Cuba that the government of Jamaica remains opposed to the unilateral application of economic and trade measures by one state against another that obstructs the conduct of commercial activity, trade, and economic cooperation. Mr. Speaker, it is also important for me to highlight that in keeping with the obligations under the Charter of the United Nations and in keeping with international law, the government of Jamaica has refused to promulgate any law, legislation, or measure that would infringe on the sovereignty of a state or its lawful national interests. Mr. Speaker, it is also important to note that the United States the decision of the government of the United States in May this year to remove Cuba from its list of countries not cooperating fully in its fight against terrorism, while simultaneously maintaining its designation as a state sponsor of terrorism, remains in absolute contrast to the principles of international law, the sovereignty and equality of states, the non-interference of the international affairs of states, and the right to self-determination and the right to exist peacefully and to coexist with other nations. In this regard, support for this renewed call for Cuba's removal from the U.S. list of countries considered state sponsors of terrorism is strongly made today in our Houses of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, we must also highlight that unjustifiably maintaining Cuba on the list of state sponsors of terrorism limits the opportunities for Cuba to collaborate and cooperate within the region to address pressing and intersecting challenges of our times. Mr. Speaker, it is no doubt that the embargo has exacerbated the current challenges being faced by Cuba and has had far-reaching implications that disproportionately affects the Cuban people, its economy, negatively impacting several aspects of the Cubans' daily life, as well as access to essential goods and services which are denied. This includes the recent power outages, which started on October 17th and have affected the daily lives of our brothers and sisters living in Cuba. Imagine, Mr. Speaker, that as a direct result of an illegal embargo, that your country is without the necessary raw materials to fix your electrical grids. Imagine, Mr. Speaker, that as a result of an unlawful and illegal trade embargo unilaterally imposed by one country, that 10 million Cubans, imagine even 10 million Jamaicans living on an island without electricity due to an embargo. This is the reality of the Cuban people, an embargo that literally plunged our island neighbor into darkness for several days. This embargo continues to make it difficult for Cuba to acquire the requisite fuel it needs and also to acquire spare parts for its fragile electrical grid. In this connection, it is morally indefensible, Mr. Speaker, to impose such suffering on innocent civilians in an effort to isolate and weaken the government of Cuba. Mr. Speaker, notwithstanding the challenges faced by the people of Cuba, we can all, as a government and people, applaud Cuba's remarkable advancements in healthcare and medical research, despite these challenges, and Cuba's unwavering commitment to deepen South-to-South cooperation amongst developing countries. Mr. Speaker, you would have heard from the Minister of Health, who spoke just now about the cooperation in medical assistance, and no doubt the Minister of Education will also mention the cooperation in educational assistance as well. Since the beginning of 2023, Cuban health professionals have in fact conducted here in Jamaica more than 300,000 medical consultations and have saved more than 5,000 lives. These Cuban professionals, including 85 diabetic retinopathy, I'm sorry, let me look at this word properly. Diabetic retinopathy, Dios mío, retinopathy, thank you. Retinopathy, Mr. Speaker. Sorry, yes. They have conducted more than 85 of these. They have conducted more than 108 laser surgeries. Currently, there are some 368 Cuban health professionals and 68 Cuban teachers in Jamaica. Mr. Speaker, the Jamaica-Cuba Eye Care Program resumed in August 2023 after being discontinued due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Since then, Cuban health professionals have consulted with more than 220 cataract patients, with 149 patients ready for cataract surgery. The Embassy of Cuba recently announced the allocation of 21 scholarships for Jamaican students interested in pursuing studies in Cuba under the bilateral scholarship program for the upcoming school year 2024. These scholarships, Mr. Speaker, will be allocated to students pursuing studies in medicine, stomatology, nursing, health, technology, engineering, and education. Mr. Speaker, it was an honor for me to be there to share in the moment with Ambassador as we wished our 21 nationals all the very best for their studies in Cuba. Mr. Speaker, I am reminded that the Jamaican Parliament has a long tradition of supporting this motion, calling for the lifting of the economic, commercial, and financial embargo imposed by the United States of Cuba. And I open the motion to my colleagues in the House, Mr. Speaker, to share their views on the matter. I thank you.
Mr. Speaker, it is fitting and interesting to note that in the cut and thrust of the debates that take place in this House from time to time, and on the differences, policy differences, political differences that we may have across the aisles and from time to time, that this has emerged. This motion that is now before the House that we are debating, perhaps I think for the 15th, 16th time, has emerged as the unifying act across the aisles on both sides. It is significant because this is a common policy of Jamaica on Cuba. This embargo, the illegal embargo against Cuba, has emerged as a unifying theme in this House, as reflected in the country, that this embargo should end, that it is immoral, it is illegal, it is undesirable, that this embargo should continue against a people and against the interest of Jamaica and the CARICOM. Because, Mr. Speaker, I've reminded that Jamaica's inability to have the kind of uninterfered, uninterrupted relationship with third country, and in this instance with Cuba, is against Jamaica's national interest and against our development. And so it's not just Cuba that suffers from this illegal act. Jamaica and the rest of the Caribbean suffers significantly because our relationship is interrupted. The natural order
of our cooperation, which is rich, but could be so much more, but for this illegal act, an unilateral act on the part of the United States. It should not be condoned, and Jamaica, that has historically stood on the side of justice and fair play, that we should stand against this and continue to stand against this illegal act. I remind Mr. Speaker that the Helms-Burton Act is still in place. And this is an act which prohibits the natural flow of trade with Cuba, and that persons are sanctioned either in their businesses or personally if they breach the provision of this extraterritorial application of U.S. law. This, Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, is an act of aggression, continued aggression against the people of Cuba. Mr. Speaker, we spoke about the relationship, the areas of cooperation, and there are many. It is significant that notwithstanding Cuba's challenges, we see pictures being broadcast on CNN and other US media as if to suggest that what is currently happening in Cuba with the light and water challenges is something to applaud. It is not. It is a direct result of the embargo and the punishment of the Cuban people. The inability, as was said before, my colleague said before, the inability to import technology, raw material, that has been sustained. This has been the longest embargo sustained against any country, anywhere in the world. The Cold War has long passed. Decades in our rearview mirror. And yet, this comprehensive application of an embargo, of economic, financial, commercial blockade, an entire system of law. And instead of being unraveled, it is being enhanced. And this notwithstanding that diplomatic relations were re-established in 2015. And we all hoped that that signaled a new period, a new era in the relationship between Cuba and the United States and among the peoples of the region. But what we see is, notwithstanding the rapprochement, we have this intensification of the blockade against the Cuban people. So that the unlawful, the illegal, the immoral declaration of Cuba as a state sponsor of terrorism, which itself brings into play another raft of international regulation against Cuba, further tightening the blockade, continues. With no evidence, no justification. The evidence has been to the contrary. Cuba has been one of the most strict states against terrorism. They've cooperated with the United States on matters of illegal trade in trafficking in human trafficking and drugs. They have cooperation. They meet and they talk about some things. and yet they leave the room and these blockades are further tightened. All of this is about interference and for the United States to dictate the choices of the people of Cuba. It is not right, it is not just, it is unfair, and we have to continue to say that this will not be supported by the Jamaican people. Now, Mr. Speaker, I make one last point. So, in all of this, the Cuban people still continue to demonstrate their compassion for the cooperation of, we just heard about 21 scholarships being offered. This used to be far more. But the Cuban people, even in this period of deep distress, are still reaching out and making their contribution, much reduced from what it used to be in previous time. We have more Jamaicans from impoverished background have benefited and would have continued to be benefited, but for this illegal blockade. And so the question must be asked, Mr. Speaker, in this period of Cuban literal darkness, how is the Jamaican government and people, how can we reach out to the Cuban people and to show our empathy or solidarity in ways other than this resolution, which is important. But persons believe that this was unimportant and that this make no difference because they say every year we come and we debate this resolution.
Please.
Mr. Speaker, you forgive me, I'm wrapping
no,
up,
we cannot give you all evening.
I do not intend to take all evening.
And I'm saying to your member, you need to wrap up now.
My feet.
Member, you need to wrap up now, please.
I'll conclude by saying this. It is an hour and a time in which the government and people of Jamaica should extend, even symbolically, and hand to the people of Cuba who are, to this period, going through a very dark period. We have a responsibility, we have an obligation, morally not just to stand on this resolution, but also to reach across the aisle and to reach across and hold the hands of the Cuban people in this very difficult period. Thank you.
One way to find out who is first.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. You have employed the technology well in our parliament. Yes. Mr. Speaker, I will be brief. It is the custom that we meet here to discuss this matter, and even though this subject matter is painful, it's heart-rending, it's indeed very sad, because it highlights the unjust, unfair, unreasonable, and indeed immoral treatment of the Cuban government and people. I can deduce out of this some pleasure, because perhaps it's the only thing and time when there's a debate in this parliament where every word that is said is shared by both sides. And I want to commend the member from St. Catherine East Central and my colleague from Western St. Andrew for their presentations. And I will not add anything more to those presentations, but to say that as the Biden administration term comes to an end, perhaps this would be the most defining legacy of that administration if they right this wrong and allow the Cuban people to breathe and to get rid of this unlawful act of embargo on the Cuban people. And so I support wholeheartedly this motion and resolution, and I invite, as the member has done, our Parliament to, as usual, in one voice, unanimously approve this resolution. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the motion and to lend my voice to the call for the lifting of the embargo against Cuba and the people of Cuba now. Mr. Speaker, in February 1962, President John F. Kennedy proclaimed the embargo on trade between the United States and Cuba. Mr. Speaker, that is 62 years ago. On December the 17th, President Obama broke the mold in the U.S. approach to Cuba policy. But, Mr. Speaker, so much has happened in every decade since then, and Cuba has been prevented from benefiting from each of these decades in an unrestricted manner. The United States cannot be oblivious to the damage caused by its own action. The administration has an obligation to address the many ways in which U.S. policy contributes to the worsening humanitarian situation in Cuba. We saw the massive power outage recently, and some would argue that this was a direct result of the embargo. This embargo is against all things we aspire to be as humans: decency, mutual respect, the respect for life, and the right to live in dignity. Cuba has given the world so much, and Jamaica and Jamaicans have benefited tremendously. But yet still, Cuba keeps giving even with the little they have. This shows the remarkable nature of the Cuban people. We thank you, Ambassador, and the people of Cuba. We stand with you as our brothers and sisters. We join the world in saying that it's time for the embargo to be lifted, so that the people of Cuba can live in dignity. Sin embargo ahora. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I stand with my colleague MPs in the continuing call for the ending of the embargo by the U.S. against Cuba. As has been said before, Jamaica and Cuba have a very long relationship. The important one for me is what we have in education. Each year we recruit a certain number of teachers from Cuba, and they come to Jamaica and they teach Spanish, they teach the sciences, they teach math, and they are a staple in the education sector. We thank them for the service each year. They come to our country. We ensure that while they're here, they're taken good care of, and they bring the culture of Cuba with them as well to help our Jamaican students understand the culture in another country. And I know, Mr. Speaker, a lot has been said, And I simply want to register my stance with my colleagues in continuing to call for the ending of the embargo by the U.S. against the Cuban people.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, allow me just to indicate that Minister Tufton would have wished to participate, and also for the benefit of the ambassador's hearing, Minister Tufton would have wished to participate in the debate. However, Mr. Speaker, he had another matter that was pressing. He is on the outside, but it does not look as if he'll be able to make it just now. Mr. Speaker, allow me to thank my colleagues for joining their support to this very important motion. Mr. Speaker, as has been stated, Cuba continues to give so much with so little to the rest of the world. I recall during the COVID pandemic, Cuban doctors were not just in Jamaica, they were all over Asia, they were all over Africa as well, in support of the South-to-South cooperation that they continue to provide. Mr. Speaker, time stands to reason that the hour is in fact here for this unlawful, illegal, immoral blockade to be lifted. Whilst much has been said, Mr. Speaker, as a student of international relations, history, and modern languages, I have learned that when we speak to people in a language of their own, that we speak to them with our hearts. And that, in fact, builds long bridges that last a lifetime and that go beyond natural borders. To that end, Mr. Speaker, as is tradition, were I permitted to speak in a language other than English in this House, I would say, for the benefit of our Cuban ambassadors and brothers and sisters, a nuestros hermanos y a nuestras hermanas que viven en Cuba, nunca olvides que siempre Jamaica está aquí con ustedes. Siempre ustedes tienen un amigo en Jamaica. Nunca olvides que estamos aquí a su lado, luchando para ti, peleando para tus propios derechos humanos. Juntos estamos seguros que tendremos un gran éxito contra esta guerra del bloqueo ilegal. Juntos estamos seguros que un día la gente cubana, los niños cubanos, vivrán libres, sin opresión y con todos los derechos que ellos merecen. Hasta la victoria, siempre, Cuba libre. Gracias. If I were permitted, I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
You were permitted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Will you now ask that?
Mr. Speaker, having regard to the motion raised and to the discussions had in this House, Mr. Speaker, none of which were prejudicial to the sovereignty of Jamaica, might I ask that the motion be passed?
Be approved.
Be approved.
The question is that the motion, notice of which the minister gave earlier, be approved. Those in favor? Those against? Ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to join us in this resolution and to indicate that the appropriate reference be made by this Honorable House in due course. Mr. Speaker, the continuation of public business will now invite the member from St. Elizabeth Southeast to make his presentation. Have to.
Member from Southeast St. Elizabeth, you now have the floor. And as it is, you will be getting just 15 minutes extra time if needs be.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I won't exceed my time. I'm a very disciplined man. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleagues. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my colleagues on both sides. Mr. Speaker, I am indeed happy to be standing in this honorable House today in my third term as Member of Parliament. Representing the people of St. Elizabeth Southeastern. And I deliberately, Mr. Speaker, use the word third term, because I believe that this is in keeping in what is going to be a very historic event in the near future, when the Jamaica Labour Party will be returned as government of Jamaica for their third consecutive term. Mr. Speaker, with that said, I want to take this opportunity to thank our Prime Minister, Dr. the Most Honorable Andrew Mikael Holness, for having reposed in me the confidence that allows me to provide transformational, and I take the word from my colleague from Southeast St. Catherine, transformational leadership in the constituency of Southeastern St. Elizabeth. Mr. Speaker, special recognition must be afforded my three councillors, all three who were returned in February of this year. Namely, Sitani Holness of the Junction Division, Councillor Donald Sims of the Malvern Division, who is also the Deputy Mayor of Black River, and Albert Williams of the Southfield Division. My constituency executive and management team, PD workers, constituency secretary, CDF officer, personal assistant, and my close protection officer, all of whom would have played a significant role in my success as a Member of Parliament in the constituency. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my immediate family, especially my wife, Normaline, who remains the backbone of the constituency in terms of the political organization and the commitment and sacrifice that she would have made in ensuring that I am here today. I must give thanks also, Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, to the Almighty God for his guidance and protection throughout this journey. Mr. Speaker, this journey, which began in 2007, when I first entered this honorable House, after having served as councillor and mayor of Black River between 2003 and 2007, saw numerous achievements, and I want to highlight just a few of them today, and the most recent one. Mr. Speaker, there has been tremendous improvements in the lives of the people of St. Elizabeth Southeastern under my stewardship. So much that the area is now regarded as one of the fastest growing communities in Jamaica, if not in the English-speaking Caribbean. Mr. Speaker, we have seen advancement in every area in respect of economic development and prosperity. And Mr. Speaker, I will now begin with the issue of our road network in the constituency. Mr. Speaker, we continue to do roads repair in every community that requires same. So much, Mr. Speaker, that over these 13 years that I have been representing the people of St. Elizabeth Southeastern, there has never been one protest or demonstration in the constituency with regards to roads. Never. Because of the kind of representation that they get. When the roads are broken, we mend them. Mr. Speaker, notwithstanding the negative impact on our roads by the recent hurricane and the heavy rains, we have responded by starting the rehabilitation of several roadways. These include, Mr. Speaker, the Littles to Southfield, Retirement to Mount Olivet, Powelltown to Queensbury, Banton Town to Trial, Trial to Broomfield Town, Woodside to Ballazally, Old Bottom to Trial, Shaddock Hill to Tufton, Fairfield to Barnstown, All Valley, and Myersville, and the list goes on, Mr. Speaker. We are making sure that we give the people the kind of representation that they deserve. And Mr. Speaker, as we anticipate the full rollout of the REACH program and the SPARK program in coming weeks, the prosperity will even get more pronounced. Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I will now focus on agriculture. Mr. Speaker, St. Elizabeth is highly regarded as the breadbasket of Jamaica, and rightly so, Mr. Speaker, as our farmers have always shown that by their hard work and resilience, that even in the greatest of adversities, like what we have just experienced during the passage of Hurricane Beryl and the subsequent heavy rains, they were able to bounce back. And with the support of their Member of Parliament, the Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries and Mining, and some other suppliers, and my minister, the member from Southwest St. Elizabeth, who will lead the team at the ministry, we are now witnessing very sharp reduction in food prices in the market as we ramp up production in all areas. Mr. Speaker, the state of agriculture in the constituency is by far the best it has ever been. Thanks again to my minister and the team at the Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries and Mining. But most of all, I want to commend our dedicated and resourceful and hard-working farmers. Mr. Speaker, I will now turn to the issue of water. Mr. Speaker, we generally use the term in Jamaica, water is life. And indeed, it is. And that is why we place such great emphasis on improving the water infrastructure in the constituency of Southeastern St. Elizabeth. I want to thank Dr. the Most Honorable Andrew Honis for making available over $5 billion with support from the Caribbean Development Bank to provide irrigation water to several communities in the Essex Valley area of my constituency. This project, Mr. Speaker, will provide water to almost 200 acres of farmland, benefiting approximately 800 farmers. This project, Mr. Speaker, is in its final stage of completion, and production and transmission of water to the farmers should begin sometime next year. Mr. Speaker, we are also continuing the expansion and extension of the Essex Valley domestic water supply system, which was commissioned in 2018. Mr. Speaker, we have completed the extension in Gazeland Meadows, All Valley, Myersville, Nain School Road, and Kingdom Hall Street. Mr. Speaker, we will also be doing further extension in Dunderhill, Ballast Valley, Top Hill, Brinkley, and Shaddock Hill. Mr. Speaker, we also continue to provide trucking of water and expansion of water catchment system in areas that we have not reached as yet with the supply of pipe water. Mr. Speaker, as we continue on this road to prosperity, I will now share some thoughts on the matter of education. Mr. Speaker, we continue to provide support to our educational facilities and our students. A total of approximately $10 million was spent to support back-to-school activities. This includes assistance with books, uniforms, tuition, and transportation. Mr. Speaker, all of us are aware of the devastation of our schools' infrastructure by the passage of Hurricane Beryl. But, Mr. Speaker, this government, this caring government, never hesitated. And I want to big up my Minister of Education, as she was on the ball in providing prudent leadership in ensuring that all my schools were up and running for the Christmas term. All my schools. Mr. Speaker, almost $600 million was allocated for the repairs of several schools in the constituency. Mr. Speaker, the LIFT program and the CARE program have already begun, and we have seen fruits as many of our young people are now enrolled in these very, very good programs. Mr. Speaker, it is also worthy of note that I support the facts that was mentioned earlier by our Minister of Health, the member from St. Catherine West Central. And this is in relation to the kind of work that is being done by the Ministry of Health under his leadership. In my constituency, 4 out of 6 health centers were transformed. And I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that if you were to walk into the Malvern Health Center, you would believe that you're stepping into a brand new hotel in the constituency. This is the work of a caring government and a minister who has the people's interests at heart. Mr. Speaker, as we continue to improve on our school facilities, I want to thank Minister Vaz for the provision of internet services through the installation of public Wi-Fi in several communities. This has helped so many of our students in rural communities who were not able to access online services after having received their electronic devices from this very committed and caring government. Mr. Speaker, we believe in youth development, and that is why through education and sports, we will endeavor to engage our young people. Mr. Speaker, we provide sponsorship for almost 15 different competitions in the constituency in terms of football and cricket. And I want to thank the Honorable Minister of Sports also for the support that we got in upgrading some of our play fields in the constituency. No wonder, Mr. Speaker, that in the last 15 years there has never been a West Indies or Jamaica cricket team without a player from my constituency.
Mr. Speaker, I ask that the member be given sufficient time to complete his presentation.
Member, the request is on the floor to give you sufficient time, but I will give you 5 minutes in which to wrap up. Those in favor? Those against? I have it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker and my colleagues, and I just want to repeat the last line. The improvement in the sporting facilities in the constituency would have caused us that in the last 15 years, there has never been a Jamaica or West Indies cricket team that was selected without at least one member of the team coming from Southeast St. Elizabeth. As I close, Mr. Speaker, I want to remind this Honorable House and for the new Minister of Finance, who will be taking the seat, that St. Elizabeth Southeastern is growing so fast that building a tax office in Junction will be one of the greatest investments that the tax administration could make. So I'm looking forward to that development over the coming years. As the prosperity created by this government, is far advanced in my constituency, and there shall be no turning back. Forward ever, backward never. Thank you very much. God bless you all.
Well done, Frank. Well done. Well done. Well done. Well done. Well done, Franco. No turning back. No turning back.
Member from Manchester Southern.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I humbly stand once again to address this honorable House, to make my fourth of many presentations in the State of the Constituency debate, as Member of Parliament for Manchester Southern, I am keenly focused on the mission to prepare for my second term in office. To offer proper representation to the constituents of Manchester Southern, and by extension, the current administration, third term at Jamaica House, and the people of Jamaica.
As I work steadfastly and oftentimes unnoticed, I reflect on the words from the song by Rachel Platten, like a small boat on the ocean, sending big waves into motion. Like how a single word can make a heart open. I might have one match, but I can make an explosion. Mr. Speaker, permit me to recognize and acknowledge the loyal and dedicated people of Manchester Southern who are responsible for my presence in this chamber here today. My divisional leaders, Councillor Icevall Cherry Brown of the Grovetown Division, Councillor Claudia Marant Baker of the Porous Division, Councillor Caretaker Martin Tomlinson of the Newport Division, and my newly appointed coordinator of the Alligator Pond Division, Ms. Sophia Francis, for their commitment, loyalty, ethics, and keeping grounded with the constituents in their divisions. I'd like to thank also my administration staff, under the guidance of Mr. Roshane Morgan, my administrative assistants, Ms. Denvelyn Tomlinson and Carleen Evans, who assist me on a daily basis to ensure that the needs of the constituency are met. And I'd just like to acknowledge that they're all here, with the exception of Councillor Cherry Brown, who has some medical challenges. To my over 1,200 party workers comprising of cluster supervisors, PD captains, indoor agents, outdoor agents, runners, drivers, and riders who remain loyal to the aims and objectives of this great party we represent. Mr. Speaker, my constituents who elected me to represent them in this honorable house, I cannot say thank you enough. Without you, there would be no me here standing here today. And last but not by no means least, let me acknowledge the presence of the Almighty God, who I acknowledge as the supreme ruler, who has made everything possible as I execute my duties to the glory and welfare of the people. Mr. Speaker, on the 3rd day of July 2024, southern coast of Jamaica was severely affected by the outer bands of Hurricane Beryl. Beryl caused major damages to houses, businesses, farms, fishing, livestock, the road infrastructure, schools, health centers, several days of heavy rain causing widespread flooding, further misery to the lives of the constituents. Unfortunately, we have had one fatality, and I offer my sincere condolences to the family of Stanley Cassels, who died when a wall collapsed on him during the hurricane. Mr. Speaker, good policies matter. The government of Jamaica responded with the Disaster Relief Fund in record time and with record allocations of $400,000, $150,000, and $50,000, depending on the severity of the damage. Through the Ministry of Labor and Social Security and the Rural Agricultural Development Agency, over 440 affected households have benefited from housing reliefs through the monetary assistance based on the category of damages that they receive, alongside in kinds of assistance including bedding, toiletry, food, supplies, etc. Over 140 have benefited from agricultural relief. Additionally, 75 fisher folks are to receive disaster relief totaling $3 million through the National Fisheries Authority. However, there is still more to be done. The lives of some constituents have not returned to normal. There are some who are still living under tarpaulins, some who are still living with relatives. There are some who are still living under pieces of zinc and are at the mercy of the elements of the weather. I still get calls, messages, and confrontation from every day from persons who have reported their damage and have not yet been assessed or have been assessed and have not yet received any relief. I'm disappointed, however, at the utterances of those who seek to challenge for representation of the constituency. They suggest that only supporters of the ruling party have been the ones to benefit in an attempt to discredit a good program designed for everyone who suffered damage. In consultation with the Minister of Labour, Social and Security, and I must commend that he's a very responsive minister, I requested a listing of what exists at the ministry and compare them with what exists at my office to identify discrepancy and work towards a favorable solution that will benefit the people. Mr. Speaker, on the examination of that list, I will caution those who are making those utterances to cease and desist of the label they put on these people, as I'm not aware of any comrade who likes to be called a laborite, the amount of comrades on the list. There were 3 schools that were badly damaged and placed on the priority 1 list to be repaired before they can reopen. Rose Hill Primary at a cost of 20 million, Snowden Primary at a cost of 14 million were both completed. However, the contractor for the Prattville Primary backed out at the last minute, and with assistance of the Minister of Education, and I'd like to thank her greatly, a new contractor was identified for Prattville Primary, and the contractor have assured me that students can occupy that school by the end of this week. Students are currently being facilitated at the 2 churches in the community. Mr. Speaker, I turn to infrastructure. South Manchester comprises of a major network of approximately 165 kilometers, and the road network throughout the constituency remain in a deplorable condition for many long years, and it will take approximately $4.5 billion to rehabilitate every single road in the constituency. There are some who would like to convince people that it is Mr. Chin who brought the bad roads from China to South Manchester. It is always
Mr. Speaker, the time being 7:20, I beg to move that the House be allowed to meet beyond 7:20 so as to complete the business of the day. May it please you, Mr. Speaker.
The question is that the time being 7:20 p.m., the House be allowed to sit beyond 7:30 p.m. to complete the business of the House of the day. All those in favor? Aye. All those against? The ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, it is always useful to remind people that it has been 31 years of neglect by the other party, and we are working assiduously to fix it. We have, however, managed to spend more on road works during the last 4 years than what have been spent in the previous 31 years that the PMPI is constituency. During this year, we have rehabilitated sections of Harmon, Claremont, Bourne, Mount Endeavour, Marley Hill, and Prospect roads. And patching was carried out in Frankfield, Harmons, Spur Tree to French Park, North Hope, Gutters Lane, Rose Corner, Plowden, and Down Square to the community center. There are 3
major road there are 3 major road works that are in the tender process at the National Work Agency and will be executed as soon as the process is finalized. These are the Campbell's Field to Pusey Hill to Warwick, which I would like to refer to as Bussell Lane Phase 2, Porous to Redberry, totaling approximately $200 million. We are scheduled to implement the Spark and REACH programs again during this year. The Spark program, at a cost of $150 million, we have the people of South Manchester have selected roads, and I list them: Horton Upon Road, Digley in Mansfield, Smithfield Road, Claremont Road, New Balbeck Road, Spur Tree to Bottom Providence, Ebenezer Road, Top Hill in Rose Hill, Scott's Pass to St. Toulis, Retrieve Road in Victoria Town. Mr. Speaker, it has become an annual event at the start of every school year in September for the PMP operatives, supported by the leadership of the PMP in the constituency, to mount roadblocks on sections of the roadway from Pusey Hill to Newport. This roadway is one of the most important roads in the constituency. And although we have done work to patch sections every year, and it is in a better condition than how I found it, much more work needs to be done. The National Work Agency has already done the scoping for Spark program, and we are waiting funds to proceed. The REACH program is another program that will be carried out in 3 phases of $10 million each, totaling $30 million. Phase 1, we'll see roads such as St. Jago to Harmons, Lane in New Forest, Mount Pelias Circle, Bethel Isles, Rose Hill to Wellington, Wales, Woodstock to Windsor, Crawl, Perry and Hermitage, Grovetown, Cocoa Walk, Plowden, and Buttup. Roads to be patched in Phase 2, which is in December, and Phase 3, which is January to March next year, will be submitted for implementation. Madam Speaker, or Mr. Speaker, sorry. The magnitude of road work that is expected to be completed this financial year will surely give road users a more comfortable journey and thus reducing the misery index significantly. The South Coast Highway Improvement Project, which was officially opened on September 14 last year, and thankfully it remains free to pass at this time. However, the almost 5,000 residents of Porous and its environs were not afforded an entrance or exit to the highway, and the residents are still appealing to the National Road Operating and Construction Company, NROC, to quickly rectify this apparent oversight. Mr. Speaker, the National Water Commission is currently working on a bidding or tender document for the whole island for non-revenue water reduction project. They have reported that they need new sources, and they also need to eliminate some of the leaks that exist. There's a high level of leak along several legs of the pipeline from Warwick to Cross Keys, which is currently out of use. The project design for the tendering process was completed by the engineering department, and it will cost $100 million. This will be placed in the 2025-26 budget. The tender is to be sent out before the start of the financial year. Alligator Pond will be supplied by additional water from a well drilled at the New Forest pumping station in 2021 at a cost of $33 million. Pump and electric controls were procured, and this project is to be implemented by the second quarter of 2025-2026. The engineer design to upgrade the porous water supply system was placed on hold, but design costing
will be done in 2025-2026 with budget submission for the 26-27 financial year. However, smaller projects will be the main focus of the Water Commission during this year. The Redberry, which in-house pipe works have started by the NWC local team, in-house pipe work for the extension of water supply
Mr. Speaker, the member's time for speaking having expired. I beg to move that it be extended by 10 minutes? 10 minutes to allow him to complete his presentation. May it please you, Mr. Speaker.
The request is on the floor. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and colleagues. So, in-house pipe works to extend the water supply in the sections of Spring Grove, Mount Pelier, and Elgilton that are without water, never seen water before. That will be done in this year. The upgrade of the Coffee Grove system will be undertaken in-house with laying of transmission main from the pump station to tanks at the elevated section of the community. A new pump unit will be installed. All works will be executed in 25-26 financial year. Mr. Speaker, Jamaica has provided a well located in Harmons Valley to provide domestic water to residents of Harmons and its environs. With a collaborated effort involving the Minister, PIOJ, JBI, Ministry of Finance, NWC, Rural Water, Jamaica, and other stakeholders to ensure the necessary funding is secured. A revised estimate was submitted to the project department at the Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries and Minery, and Rural Water was tasked to see the project through to completion. Mr. Speaker, the current works taking place under the Greater Mandeville Water Improvement Project will see increase in water supply hours, thus increasing coverage in the Newport area and other areas from Gutters Lane coming down. The issue of additional water for porous community and other combined communities between South Manchester and adjoining constituencies remain a major outstanding matter for the Water Commission. The acquisition of Windalco wells is needed to address this situation. Mr. Speaker, agriculture remains the main way of life for the majority of residents in the constituency. Hence, greater consideration is necessary to ensure the survival of this critical sector, especially as we bring into focus the country's food security. Our farms are extremely volatile, and many may farm but do not get to reap what they sow. They suffer from droughts, and they suffer from floods, and they suffer from those 2-foot, yeah, you know them. We continue to provide assistance to farmers with irrigation system, water tanks, seeds, fertilizers. Mr. Speaker, I've committed $2.5 million from the CDF to assist over 100 farmers during this fiscal year. Despite this, additional resources are needed to provide for our farmers. The UK government, Mr. Speaker, invested £53 million into 2 agricultural development projects. The infrastructure work on this project, which focuses to ensure access to irrigation, water, and farming communities while adapting to challenges of climate change and upgrading drainage system, has been completed in South Manchester. And our farmers in these communities are extremely pleased. Mr. Speaker, I firmly believe that education is a key to ending poverty, socializing a nation into a civil, more caring society, and ultimately ending the scourge of crime and violence. And I must pause to offer condolences to one of the constituents, Miss Melissa Merchant, who was killed outside of the constituency in the Mandeville Market on the 4th of October. And she, a practical nurse, and it was such a sad story. They purchased a ticket for her to go to Canada to pick up a 3-year contract, and she was killed before she could travel the end of the month. To fulfill this education mission, I've spent over $10 million on educational grants, school supplies, and school books. The goal of the academic success, regardless of where they are, we intend to support our teachers and their students. Through the CDF and other private donations, we were able to provide educational assistance in a number of ways, reaching the most vulnerable students in the constituency through educational grants, tablet, laptops, and school supply. In my Top Performers Scholarship Program, I continue to award the top performing boy and girl at all the primary schools in the constituency with educational grants. And in my higher level scholarship program, 30 students at the tertiary level were awarded grants of $100,000 each on the basis of performance and merit. Mr. Speaker, in addition, every student graduating from primary school to secondary school were awarded grants to purchase books or school supplies. We continue to have our social fairs along with our back-to-school health fairs in collaboration with SDC and various government ministries, agencies, and other departments. Over 500 students benefited with back-to-school medical and 6 back-to-school health fairs. I'd like to thank the doctors, nurses, and other volunteers who dedicated their time and resources to provide this service free of cost to the students. Very quickly, Mr. Speaker, I'd just like to mention that pole line extension, some areas that were never been electrified, was completed in the Prospect District of East Dowd and Montpelier communities. And houses are currently being wired free of cost under the JCIF. Repairs to health center, and I thank the minister who is here. Harmons, Cross Keys, and Prattville, significant amounts were spent to repair those health centers. New state-of-the-art health centers are in the making for communities in Downs at a cost of $200 million. And when we finalize the land in Newport, it will be built at a cost of $100 million. We continue with the implementation of public Wi-Fi in Alligator Pond, Harmons, Pusey Hill, Old England, Rose Hill, and Helen Street is next. Medical grants were given, funeral grants, care packages, small business grants, sporting competitions. Mr. Speaker, as you will note from my presentation, a lot of work has been done in Manchester Southern, but there's still much more to be done. The constituents have elected me to improve their standard of living and enhance their ability to earn their livelihoods, and I'm committed to that task. As we are due to go to the polls next year, there will be a track record of performance for the people of Manchester Southern to assess, as they are aware that 4 years cannot correct 31 years of neglect. And my constituents gave me a message, and I'll deliver it now, that South Manchester is not for sale. And when I'm back to participate in next year's State of the Constituency debate, from this side of the aisles, the great and glorious work will continue. We have one of the greatest leaders in the person of our Honorable Prime Minister, and Jamaicans at home and the world at large are thankful for his leadership, competence, integrity, and loyalty to Jamaica. I thank you, Mr. Speaker and colleagues, for listening, and I pray that the blessings of the Supreme Ruler may rest upon Jamaica and sanctify its labors. Thank you.
House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the final item for the evening will be the debate on the bill, the Trade Act, which will be piloted by the Minister of Education. May it please you.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I now move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take second reading of the bill, notice of which...
Madam, sorry. Can we have the...
Madam, member, would you permit me, Mr. Speaker, to move for the suspension of the constituency, the State of Constituency debate until next week, November 5th, when the speakers will be the member from St. Catherine East Central. Yes? That's your constituency. St. Catherine East Central? Yes. And also the member from Manchester Central and the member from Clarendon North Central. Those members will be the contributors to the continuation of the State of Constituency debate on November 5th, 2024. May it please you, Mr. Speaker.
The request is on the floor. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. At this time, we will now take the Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I now move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take second reading of the bill, notice of which I gave earlier, and also take it through all its concluding stages.
The question is for the standing order to be suspended to enable the Minister to take the second reading of the bill, notice of which she gave earlier, and also for her to take it through all its concluding stages. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Trade Act was enacted in 1995 to regulate trade in goods. Section 8.1 of the Act, among other things, empowers the Minister to prohibit by order, whether absolutely or except under the authority of a license granted by the Minister, the importation and exportation of goods or any class or description of goods from or to another country. In 2018, the government of Jamaica announced the implementation of a ban on the importation, manufacture, and distribution of specific types of single-use plastic products with the objective of safeguarding human health and the environment from the adverse impacts of plastic in accordance with World Trade Organization agreement obligations. On December 24, 2018, the Trade Plastic Packaging Materials Prohibition Order 2018 order was published, prohibiting the importation of classes of plastic goods on a phased basis. The order was subsequently amended in 2022, 2023, and 2024. In January 2024, the government of Jamaica announced the implementation of the fourth phase of the ban on single-use plastics, which would eliminate from the domestic market single-use plastic food containers that replaced styrofoam containers, as well as cosmetic care or personal care products for which microbeads or microplastics have been intentionally added. The government further indicated to the public that consignments ordered prior to the effective date of the prohibition would be allowed to be landed. In keeping with the main objective, the Trade Plastic Packaging Materials Amendment Order 2024, the order, was promulgated on July 11, 2024, which effected an absolute prohibition on the importation of plastic food containers effective as of that date. The order did not reflect the position that consignments ordered prior to the effective date of the prohibition would be allowed to be landed. As a result, the prohibition has adversely affected importers who ordered or purchased consignments before the prohibition, which arrived or will arrive in Jamaica after the prohibition was in effect. Recognizing the need to facilitate trade within Jamaica, while at the same time safeguarding human health and the environment from the adverse impact of plastics, to address the issue, it was proposed that Section 8 of the Act be amended to empower the minister to make orders having retrospective effect. In light of the above, the bill therefore seeks to amend Section 8 of the Act to empower the minister to make orders having retrospective effect, to remove the consequences of the prescribed absolute prohibition for imported consignments of goods ordered or purchased prior to the effective date of the prescribed prohibition under Section 8(1)(a) of the Act, which arrived in Jamaica on or after the effective date of the prohibition. So the bill clause by clause analysis. Clause 1, short title and construction. This clause provides for the short title of the Act and directs that the Act should be read in conjunction with the Trade Act and all amendments thereto. Clause 2, amendment of Section 8 of the Principal Act. The clause provides for the insertion of new subsections 4, 5, and 6, which provide for the following. Subsection 4 provides that where an order was made providing for an absolute prohibition on the importation of goods pursuant to subsection 1A, the minister may by order specify that the consignments be treated in the same manner as goods imported prior to the effective date of such prohibition, if the minister is satisfied of the matter in subsection 5. Subsection 5 provides that the matter to which the minister must be satisfied is that the relevant prohibited goods were ordered or purchased prior to the effective date of the prohibition. Subsection 6 provides that no criminal liability shall be imputed in respect of goods that are subject to an order made under subsection 4. These clauses will allow the Minister of Industry, Investment, and Commerce to facilitate importers who had ordered or purchased consignments prior to the effective date of the prohibition order to import these goods without consequence. Memorandum of objects and reasons. The memorandum stipulates that the key objective of the Act, as stated above.
Mr. Speaker, the legislation seems very simple and uncomplicated on its face. In its operations, Mr. Speaker, it raises some troubling issues. I want to point out that what this is in effect doing is where an order, where a good, a class of good has been prohibited. In this case, plastics and styrofoam have been prohibited in their importation and use. In the particular instance, this has occurred over a period of time. The first was in 2018, and a series of amendments has occurred. My question is, wouldn't it be more appropriate to have that retroactivity apply to the specific order rather than an amendment of the Trade Act itself, because that gives wider scope, not just in this instance or even to the particular good, but any good that has been prohibited. And to get to prohibition, you would have gone through, as in this case, a series of phase down of the product, because we should recall that part of the reason, I remember the debate very well, and the concern. Part of the reason that was so was because operators and importers and business operators argued, and I think correctly in the first instance, that they would have had a stockpile, an inventory of goods, and that were you to prohibit the use just so, it would impact their cash flow, impact their business operation. And therefore, time was sought to phase out and phase down. And that was negotiated, discussed, and agreed, and hence a series of amendments. I remember it well. Now what we're being, in this particular instance, what we're being advised of is that when the final order came into effect, you had a number of businesses who had ordered. Purchase is one thing, meaning if you purchase, you pay for. But this amendment goes even wider to ordering. If you can prove that you order, you haven't paid, but you've ordered it. You can therefore, it allows you to apply that retroactively from the time the gazetted order took effect. Mr. Speaker, I'm suggesting it's a very dangerous situation. It could have the effect of totally unraveling the objects and reasons for which the amendment itself is being proposed. So let me give you a scenario. And trade, this is trade. I understand something about it. Many importers now purchase things and hold them overseas in warehouses for all kinds of reasons. Some of it is to be distributed elsewhere. But you would have ordered, you would have held them in a warehouse, let's say in Miami. And you've ordered them and you've held them. And that ordering and purchase would have occurred before the effective date. And yet now, because the ban is in effect in Jamaica, and under this amendment, this will give you the right now to ship those goods to Jamaica, correctly showing that you had ordered them at some point before the order took effect. And you would, and under this legislation, under this amendment, that I believe is unwise, you would be allowed to bring those in. So that if the object was to bring about the gradual winding down and use of plastic, then you would have effectively undermined that by simply showing that you had purchased these before the effective date. You have no list of, there's no list of importers who are the beneficiaries, so it's a wide cross-section of persons. Then you'd have the only safeguard that is, I see here, our attempt at safeguard, is that they'd have to show, one, that the goods were ordered or purchased before the prohibition took effect. Before the prohibition took effect. So that would be the only safeguard. It's a whole number of things that isn't addressed here. And I'm suggesting that it would have the effect of undermining the objects, the very objects, and objects for which the prohibition was put in place in the first place. You would have driven a truck through it, and there would be no limitation on the volumes of what could come in subsequent to the order taking effect. That this would apply retroactively. It needs to be thought through carefully on what the implications of this will be or could be, and I think the terms of the amendment need to be tightened. It needs to be tightened, or you're gonna have effectively what you would have done is open the gate, and you're not able to close it effectively, undermining the very reason that the prohibition came into effect in the first place. In this case, the banning of plastic, certain types of plastic, you would have effectively allowed for that to be applied retroactively, and to be able, and for them to come in whatever volume. All you have to show is that you had purchased the volumes before the effective date, and that would be permissible, and you couldn't stop it. You could not stop it, because the person claiming importing would say, oh, but I purchased all of these, and I spent millions of dollars. No, but that's the point. No, it's not a presumption. No, I'm speaking to the danger. I'm saying, let us assume that it was purchased before. Let's assume. But I'm saying at some point, if you have it doesn't give a timeline. It does not give a date, an outside date, by which these things would have to be brought in. It's open-ended. All you have to show is that it was purchased before, in whatever volumes. And those volumes effectively, once you can show the order paper and the purchase agreement, you must let them in. Effectively, therefore, so remember, this is a scheme that applied to the plastic. This was phased down. It was phased down precisely for that reason, to avoid that problem. You phased it down, so you had several amendments. Now you come to the final amendment where it's not a phase now. You say, all right, we have, by the agreement that we've worked out. Is that a regulation? Well, where's the regulation? No, but anyway, I'm pointing out that this amendment, standing as it is, effectively undermines the prohibition that you seek to put in place in the first place. I'm pointing that out very clearly. The terms of this amendment is wide enough to drive a truck through this whole scheme of prohibition. You effectively undermining the very prohibition you intended to put in place in the first place.
but I have not been acknowledged by the Speaker. You don't know the standing orders. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, I want to join with the member from Western St. Andrew, and I'm going directly to the Memorandum of Objects and Reasons, because I too thought it was a very simple amendment, but when I saw the word ordered, and I think that is where the issue is, ordered, it conflicts what is here in the Memorandum of Objects and Reasons. And I'll read it for you. It says that this prohibition has adversely affected importers who had consignments en route before the prohibition. This is the very same act, you know. It says this, you know. En route before the prohibition, which arrived in Jamaica shortly after the prohibition was in effect. So when you look at what the Memorandum of Objects and Reasons states here, and when you compare to what is in the body of the Act, it is contrary to what is in the body of the Act. And so I'm going to have to stand and join with the member from Western St. Andrew in putting forward this position that the word ordered as it is in the current Act, proposed amendment, is in direct contradiction of the Memorandum of Objects and Reasons and the reasons which are preferred for this amendment. And so therefore, I believe, Minister, that the proper approach to take now is for us to actually take a relook carefully at what we are proposing to amend, because in this very body of document that you have put forward, there are contradictions. So I don't see how we can go forward as a House, as a member of this Parliament who is here, to ensure that the laws are properly passed, that we could respectfully agree with the use of the word ordered, because ordered leaves a lot of opening, you know. Ordered means that somebody can simply say ordered, therefore you should allow it to come in. Who is going to check to ensure that it was actually ordered? Especially when you have unscrupulous persons overseas who want the sale. They're going to say, of course it was ordered. They want the sale. So I believe if we stick to what is in the Memorandum of Objects and Reasons, stating that it was en route to Jamaica before the prohibition, then I think we should be fine. But by having this loose labeled and produced, the simple thing is just and produced. The simple thing is just the word ordered. Look at it, Minister, I'm urging you, because as far as I'm concerned, what is being proposed does not accord with the Memorandum of Objects and Reasons. Those are my contributions.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to colleague MPs for your contribution to the bill. With regards to your observation, what I would love to say is that I am sure the minister responsible for this, No. You didn't finish. You didn't finish listening to what I said. I am sure the minister and his technical team would have gone through and looked at different scenarios, and that what is presented here today is exactly what they want.
Respectfully, Minister, you are not the responsible minister. So I don't think that you saying that the minister and his team would have, that's speculating. And I think that is not really permissible. That is why we need to ensure that the ministers are sitting in this house, you know. Right? The point of order is that the minister is misleading the house, because she cannot say what was in the intention, and speculating that is misleading us, because she don't know what the technocrats and the minister would have discussed.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, at this time, I want to conclude debate on the bill and then ask that it be read a second time.
The question is that the bill be read a second time. Those in favor? Those against?
A bill entitled An Act to Amend the Trade Act, read a second time.
The House will now resolve itself into a committee of the whole House to consider the bill clause by clause.
Get better particulars as to the intention of the amendment. What I gather had happened is that when the Minister of the Environment made the policy statement with regards to single-use plastic, the prohibition covered everything as of the date and did not take into account orders that had already been made, purchases that had already been made. And so what this bill is seeking to do is to enable the minister to satisfy himself. I think that is in the explanation that the Minister of Education gave, to satisfy himself that these were properly ordered and or paid for goods before they are allowed to come in. So there's a system, I'm advised, to determine this, so that the law is not really just open-endedly saying to everybody, yes, you can just bring the goods. Subsection, I'm advised here that subsection 1A, prohibiting absolutely the importation of goods, the minister may, if satisfied of the matter in subsection 5, by order specify such consignment of goods imported on or after the effective date of the absolute prohibition of import. You follow? And shall be treated in all respects and in the same manner as the goods imported prior to the effective date. So this is really what he says. He's trying to protect those people who have actually ordered and paid for, exactly, and paid for.
Oh, hold on. My mic is on first, Tony.
Tamika was before.
You sure?
Go ahead, Tamika. Go ahead, Tamika.
Whose mic was on first, speaker?
Honestly, I didn't see member from Western Hanover's mic, so I'll take you after.
No, man. Council can perhaps provide some clarity after, but thank you very much, Minister, for that clarification. But the truth is that I don't think it really has taken us any further, because we are being asked to pass a bill, and we are not provided with any additional information to support that passing of the bill. The minister can say, yes, we're going to look at the orders, but wouldn't it have been prudent to provide us with some clarity in terms of the number of orders that are there? It should be there. I know, but just for our.
Member from Western. No, well, that would come out in the debate.
Yeah.
You understand me? When you ask a question and that now a technical officer would be able to give you that information. But normally the bill doesn't give you that detail.
But Minister, House Leader, in the absence of... Go ahead.
It's important.
In the absence...
Chairman.
The two lights are on, but...
Member from Western Hanover, you have the floor.
Thank you so much. I really just wanted to respond to what was raised earlier because Section 5 is clear and it was just read, but just to reemphasize the intent, because it's not open-ended as you're suggesting. It says clearly that the minister is to be satisfied. Yeah. Hold on, even without more. It goes on to say that the goods imported were ordered or purchased prior to the effective date of the prohibition. So it tells you that there is a specific time, and that is what is required. So it is not that a person can say, I purchased the goods on a particular date without more. Whether or not it is ordered and when it is ordered is going to be directed by subsection 5. So I really don't see that there's any ambiguity or difficulty in that. Ordered or purchased, not by itself, before the prohibition date. Prior to. So if the prohibition date then, for example, is the 1st of November, you would have to show proof that it was ordered before the prohibition date, and that can be easily satisfied.
Just to let you know also, I'm seeking to give clarification to some of the areas and to make you feel a little more comforted, because I'm advised that there's a subsequent order which is to come, which will rectify exactly what other deficiencies there are. But that this particular order had to be made in order to deal with the immediate situation of those orders and payments which were made prior to the date of the prohibition order, and so as to allow for those to come in. Right?
No, Speaker, may I make my last comment? I'm making my last comment. I've been trying to say it aloud. I've been trying to make my comment. It's a simple proposition, which is, I point out that the risk and the mischief, this doesn't cure. That your explanation doesn't cure the concern I have. I make the point that what the object and reason is much clearer and give me more comfort, not the terms. The terms of the act is what it is. It's not, it goes beyond policy, this is law. Once you pass this law, then the policy and whatever the intention of the minister was, if it's not captured in the language of the act, and you know this, Council, then that's what the importers are going to insist on. They're going to say the words of the act says so and so. And so I'm saying, I'm making this point. I'm making the point. I'm making this point that all the importers have to show. All importers have to show is that they purchased this thing before the effective date. But wait. No, yes, but that's one. But I'm saying, this does not tell you. This does not tell you in what it does not address the issue of in what quantities. No.
Tony, they have the majority. Speak to what quantities ordered and so on. No, I think that the burden here is on the minister to satisfy himself, and I think maybe what is missing in this.
I think the operative word.
But this is a country of law, not of ministers. It's a country of law.
No.
But this is a legislation we're passing.
But this is what the law says. Okay. We're not asking you to do anything other than what the law says.
Why wasn't the order?
The law is empowering the minister to satisfy himself. The method of satisfying himself is what is in regulations and so on.
You have the numbers.
The regulation is not here now.
You have the numbers, you'll pass it, but I've pointed out the mischief and the dangers you feel. Okay.
I now put clause 1. Those in favor? Those against, the ayes have it. I put clause 2. Those in favor? Yeah. Those against, the ayes have it. The question is that I do report. I now put the title and the enacting clause. Those in favor? Those against, the ayes have it. The question is that I do report the bill as having passed committee stage without amendments. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. I do report the bill as having passed committee stage without amendments. Madam.
Mr. Speaker, okay, that's true. Mr. Speaker, I now ask that the bill be read a third time.
The question is that the bill be read a third time. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Clerk.
A bill entitled An Act to Amend the Trade Act read a third time and passed.
House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, it's not intended to do any further business for the day. I beg to move that this House be adjourned until Tuesday, November 5 at 2 p.m. November, yes, at 2 p.m. when we will continue the State of Constituency debate. Mr. Speaker, just to say to members that I really want to thank you for staying the course this evening. It's well after 8 o'clock and members still here to ensure that we have a quorum, and the opposition members stayed and still showed some rigor in debating the last bill that we just had. So thank you, and I want to wish you a good week as you continue wherever you go and whatever you do. Mr. Speaker, may it please you.
The request is as it is that this House now adjourn until Tuesday, 5th of November, when the State of the Constituency debate will continue. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. This House now stands adjourned.
Jamaica's economy is in the best shape ever. Everybody a yard and abroad a talk about it. Your government is investing in our hospitals, parks, community clinics, roads, and water infrastructure.
Hi, I'm Donna Unis Blake, Program Director for the Nature Conservancy in Jamaica. Did you know that 2023 was the hottest year ever in the history of recorded temperatures in Jamaica? And nowhere has the heat been more scorching than in our capital city, Kingston. All happening in the midst of a construction boom and urban heat island effects that is challenging traditional construction practices and prompting us to find more novel ways to build to beat the heat. We can learn from city-states like Singapore, which is integrating nature-based solutions in their urban designs. Manifesting as eye-catching green roofs, vertical gardens and green walls. Plants provide shade, reduce heat absorption by buildings, and release water vapor to provide a cooling effect and result in savings on air conditioning and other energy costs. Have you considered how nature-based solutions can make that distinctive difference to your next development? Learn more by visiting the United Nations Environment Programme project website, cityadapt.com, or simply scan this QR code right here. As Jamaica adapts to climate change, you can build better to beat the heat.
Denise Williams here, inviting you to join us on Financially Focused, the ultimate destination for go-getters who are ready to take the step-by-step actions